direct question in front of the group. Why did they want this?
Were you asking the group?
The Mafia and the Underhand have been at odds for, well, since I've been around, so... It might have just been something to slight me. It might have been something to try to take away from our operation that we have here. This is quite a revenue maker.
Can
The
I roll
things
for
that I-
perception to see if she's lying?
Insight, go ahead.
Insight?
Yep.
A 16.
16. She seems to be telling the truth. Elements of it. There might be a thing or two that she's hiding, but she's being very forthright with the information that she's giving right now.
Okay. So I'll
yeah.
respond with, you can trust us, and if there's anything else going on with this, we're here to help. I mean, Vicar's part of our troop, so we're open to
You
anything.
can always count on me.
Well, I know that the Veiled, and Vicar, you would know that the Veiled is the highest ranking member of the Underhand. Nobody really knows who the Veiled is or what the Veiled is, except for the next highest ranking levels, which are masterminds, of which the Mind Weaver is one of. So that was really bad wording of a statement, but you get the gist. The Mind Weaver is a mastermind. She's one step below the highest level. Only the masterminds know who the Veiled is. So that's kind of where her withholding is coming from. She doesn't want to tell you too much about the Veiled.
Got it.
And she looks at you and says, the Veiled and the Mafia have been at odds, well, the Dawn specifically, have been at odds for longer than I have been in the guild. There have been predecessors of mine that have tried to please him and failed and disappeared, but
if we get rid of the Dawn, what happens?
Bless your heart. She looks at you as though, like, not trying to be, like, put downish or patronizing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's almost like she is looking at you like you are out of your depth with asking that question.
Enlighten me.
The Dawn has existed for a long time. No one can seem to get rid of him, and the Veiled One has made plenty of attempts to try to unseat his throne, and vice versa. They have been warring for a long time.
We're an unconventional group, so we may have some luck where others have failed. If he were removed, what does that mean for your group?
Well, I would assume that the Veiled would immediately promote this one, and she looks at Vicar. At least a level or two in the guild, but other than that, I think he would, there wouldn't be much reward that you all would see. He's rather particular with who he lets climb ranks.
Leveler. Bad guy. Okay.
Well, it's guild levels. Skipping entire guild levels.
There's only 6 guild levels above tables.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
All right. Cassian,
Jacob, in the meantime, Cassian is leaning he's for Vicar's reference. Cassian is shrimping in his chair right now, sitting way back, and he's packed his pipe and he rolled a 6, so he's smoking on some draconic ember leaf, which gives me effects for 10 minutes, and the GM gets to choose those effects.
That's interesting. Okay.
That's fun.
So you pack your pipe full of this tobacco substance that you haven't really smoked before. And as you take a deep inhale, things become almost nightmarishly lucid. You feel just like you're asleep, but you can see yourself from the third corner of the room, watching in on the party. It freaks you out a little bit. You can feel your pain amplified and numbed, at the same time. Nothing quite makes sense, and it's hard to focus. And it feels like you need a pick-me-up, something strong, very strong, to snap yourself out of it. But it's almost like you can't move your arms or your legs.
I'm gonna snap my finger. Do we notice this? Like, is this something that we
Oh,
can
yeah.
see?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
As
So-
soon as Cassian takes a couple of puffs at this, his eyes get wide.
I'm gonna snap my fingers in front of his face to try and like gauge his attention. Does he respond?
Sid, for just a reference, the smoke releases an intense smoky flavor with undertones of charred oak, and exotic spices. It brings forth a surge of inner strength and resilience as if channeling an indomitable spirit of dragons. And it is like a bright red in the bowl of my pipe. More bright red than you would expect.
Interesting.
Oh wait, I thought. Okay, I thought it was the one that I choose the effects for. Oh wait, that's.
Just the description of the smoke. It smells like very oaky and charred.
Okay.
And it's like a deep red within my pipe, almost like reflecting off my face. And obviously I'm in space camp right now.
With that, I would say that he's very hot to the touch, and his skin is flushed as well.
So when I go to snap my fingers in front of his face, I feel the heat radiating off of him.
Yeah, it's like imagine someone with the worst fever you've ever had.
Okay. Hey, Cassian, are you all right, man?
Dude looks like he's about to cook.
Do I have the ability to answer in this state, Jacob?
You do. It's lucid. Nothing really feels real at the moment, but you can still act at normally. It's not like an effect that changes anything statistically about your character. This is just how
Okay.
your character feels.
Yes, I'm okay. I am just
You're hot, dude. Like outside
You're
of your
sweating up a
cloak,
storm.
Like he's
outside of your
attractive?
Cassian
cloak,
winks at Sid.
you
No,
want
I
some
am
water?
fine.
did
Don't-
that.
I think we should probably get you a little bit of water.
Yeah, water is fine. Don't everyone relax. This is just part of my ritual. I'm fine. I am okay.
You see him
Cassian
sweating.
he leans over to the ashtray and spits into it like a spittoon, and it's just a glob of blood from the fight earlier because he has 2 health points.
And I would say, Sid, make a medicine check for me.
Medicine is.
This man needs some kisses.
Oh, it's a 5.
5. With the 5 medicine check, you think that maybe this isn't associated with the smoke. This might be associated with the fact that his open wounds might be becoming infected, giving him a fever.
We should get you to a healer for those wounds, man.
I am okay. I am okay. I just need a good night's rest. Everything will be fine.
What you need is a kiss on the forehead. And then I look at the Mindweaver.
Cassian's words are a little bit wispy. It's like you ever try to convince your friend from the bar to like get in the car because it's time to go home? He's
And then you drive
okay,
into a
guys.
telephone
It's
pole?
fine.
Yeah.
Everything's good.
The Mindweaver does look at you, Cassian, and she comes over and just kind of leans down behind your chair as you're sitting and kind of does one of those, like, someone hugging you from behind while you're in a chair where their arms kind of cross over your chest.
Hell yeah.
She does that
Nice.
to you, and you feel like you're still hot, but you feel this coldness come from her arms that soothes you, and you regain 14 hit points.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
I guess I'll look at her and be like, look, I don't want to make a habit of this. I'll just like wipe the blood that's clearly been running out of the side of my lip because I'm also at 2 hit points.
She rolls her eyes with a slight grin and then comes over and gives you a kiss on the cheek.
All
And
right.
then you regain 11 hit points.
Amazing. While she doing that, I'll let you know you love it.
Forehead kiss factory, baby.
I'm gonna look at her and kind of like nod and say thank you. Above table, when there's healing going on, do visible actually close, or do they just like stop bleeding, or how does that work?
I would say it depends on how much healing is done. So
Okay.
if like there's a spell that's later on in the game called heal that literally heals for 70 hit points or 60 hit points. So a spell like that would just straight up close and make wounds look like very, very, very old, faded, maybe scars that would
Okay.
disappear within a few days. But like a cure wounds or healing word would probably just stop the blood flow and then maybe close the wounds a little bit.
Okay, but something visible where it's like, okay, like that actually did something.
They look better.
Yes, you can
Okay.
see that it physically does something.
Cool. All right, so I'll kind of like, I was leaning forward, kind of like towards Cassian's direction, and after the hug, I'll kind of like sit back in my chair, cross my arms, be like, all right, cool. That seemed to help you a little bit.
I'm feeling very fine, thank you. And I will I'll pass the blizzy to the left side. If anyone
To the
wants
left side,
follow.
Numot eagerly reaches in front of whoever that is and takes the pipe and smokes
I'm
it.
just gonna wait. Now I'll just put my hand on Numot's wrist and be like, "Look at his forehead. Do you really want to do that?"
I think
I
that
just
it would be like,
tripped
He would be
so
even
bad.
more so, yes.
but like,
Oh.
guys, this is like my thing though. I smoke.
I'm just saying, like maybe
Just-
today's not the day. You know, he's
just
got a lot of herbs in that bag.
You saw that Cassian kind of took a soft draw because usually he's a little bit more cautious with things. He took a medium-sized draw on this. He's not himself. It seems like he's slipping a little bit. Numot just like takes a huge drag
Mhm.
out of this.
Oh
Starts
my
coughing in a
God.
plume of smoke. Almost immediately it hits him. He starts becoming flushed red. He is spaced out worse than Cassian. He's sweating. He doesn't look wholly there, and he's getting like jittery. Like he needs to move.
I'm gonna take my cup of water and just pour it over his head.
It doesn't seem to help. He just looks at you and goes, What the hell was that for?"
Just an experiment.
Hey, Dragonborn.
Hmm?
I think you would like this. It makes me feel powerful.
Kai, roll an insight check.
I was like,
Cassian, roll deception check too.
Deception.
There it is. God fucking.
9.
Yeah,
Oh, rollies.
Yep.
I
Kai,
got
what did you get?
I got a 9.
9? Okay.
Oh,
With you guys both rolling a 9, nothing changes. So Kai, whatever you think about the situation is how you can respond.
What'd you say this was again?
It is
sweet
It
OG
is-
Dragon Kush.
yeah, it's OG Dragon Kush from Motherland.
That was honestly
Uh,
all I wanted to hear. I'll take a light puff of it. Light.
It's called Draconic Ember Leaf. I skimmed it off of our friend's barrel before we left.
I tap it on my arm, just to at least get any embers off of it, and then I take a light puff.
Okay. No effect. You are, in fact,
A
a
drag.
gold dragonborn, correct?
Yeah.
Yep, no effect.
Sick.
To you,
Gentlemen,
it's just
what's our
like normal
game plan?
tobacco. It's got a nice scent, nice flavor.
Nice. Have this more often. Look at him. He's like,
I'm gonna look to Kazir, Kai, and Vicar, and just say, gentlemen, what's our game plan here?
Is the Mindweaver still here?
She's still there. She's still there with her arms crossed over Cassian.
Well,
In fact,
Was
roll a
there-
perception check for me, Vicar.
okay. Baby, this is the first roll.
Yeah,
Better
new
be in
dice, baby.
focus.
Let's go.
I got a 15.
"Brr, brr,
That's
brr,
big league,
brr."
bro.
That's true. I see it.
It looks like a 12, but I swear it's a 15.
It does.
And
You get
then,
a bonus?
yeah. Well, so what was it? Insight.
Yes.
So
No,
then
perception.
Oh, perception. I
I
get
lied
plus
to you.
4, so it's a 19.
I rolled 20 on deception. Get wrecked.
19.
Okay, give me just a real quick second here.
Thanks for laughing.
I got you, baby.
19. Okay. With a 19, you see the Mindweaver's lips moving as if she's speaking very, very, very softly, imperceptibly soft, except perhaps forward to Cassian, as she's bent over by his ear.
Can I can't make out anything that she's saying.
Nope. There's a feat that allows you to read lips if you can see what someone is mouthing, but you do not have that feat. You just notice that this is happening.
Okay. I'll let it go.
like to ask the mind weaver,
Well,
would she like a drink?
Actually,
Entertaining for a-
can I read Cassian's facial emotions to what she's saying?
Yes, you can. Give me a real quick second.
Wee.
He knew. Wee.
No fucking way.
That was awesome.
That was good. That was good. I'll be right back, though, boys.
Right on.
So when you were bringing interrogating the bugbear, I was like, are they gonna forget and let him live? And I wasn't gonna say anything. I was gonna let you guys let him live and walk back in and be like, you let him live.
Mm-hmm.
I was
No,
gonna
Ready.
act. I was gonna pull out the acting.
While we
Everything in that house was going to die.
Yeah. Yo, so fucking thematic that restaurant burned. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was gonna say above table. We technically don't know that it burned.
Well, we know that it was on fire.
On fire.
But
That's,
a
so-
decent fire.
I'm assuming that it burned. I know it didn't. It's possible that it didn't, but I'm just.
He just made it seem that it was like
We could always go
Still,
back to it.
because there's an
alarm.
alarm there.
It's not important to me whether it did or didn't. It's just the fact that it was on fire.
On fire, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Cassian, describe what Vicar sees as he's trying to read your face.
The first thing that you notice is that there is absolutely no resistance to your gaze. Cassian is doing nothing to hide his expression. A small coy smile crosses his face. He leans his head slightly into the Mindweaver's head, who's wrapped around him from behind, and there's peace and happiness, but there's a small lingering gray cloud, like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. He's just a little sad, even though he has a smile on his face.
So
Gotcha.
somber, right?
Yeah, I'd say
Well-
he's somber, but it's like you know, like you ever catch yourself staring up at your bedroom ceiling and realizing that like you missed your cat that you had when you were like in ninth grade or something? You're like that shit.
Got it. I still say nothing. I let them. I let it go unnoticed.
Okay.
And then Dave was saying something.
I just want to know if the Mindweaver wanted to drink. Busy all day. Even if she wants some.
As soon as you mention her name, she stops murmuring in your ear, Cassian, and then looks at you kindly with a warm smile. And it's almost like a little bit intimidating how this is like a strong person, mentally speaking. You can tell that there's something there, like a wisdom that's probably beyond your years. And she looks at you with a smile that's just so... It's warm. You don't know how else to describe it. She just goes, I'm sorry, I've got other things that I need to do at the moment, but you boys have a good time.
Was there not above table here? Was there a reward or something that we had talked about? Like
I was trying to
this
get to that.
task?
No.
No. Okay, so it was
You
just
just did
a
this.
favor for the Mindweaver.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
Got some
No, that's fine.
kisses.
Just making sure that I'm not forgetting
Favor.
about something.
Token in the
Kisses,
pocket.
forehead
Yep.
kisses.
Vicar is officially instated as one of the members of the Underhand, but there was no additional reward. Although,
Yeah.
Cassian, you start to remember as she fades away and walks off into the distance talking to other people. You wanted to talk about something with her once she had that amulet.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's your reward. And
Yes.
you just think that to yourself for a moment.
Do we want to take some time here, boys, to just eat, drink, and recoup a bit, and then
Absolutely.
I think so, yeah.
Cassian
A
and
little short
Kazir
rest.
are looking a little worse for wear.
Yeah, I
think
need
we-
to study this book I got too. It's burned, but I'm gonna see if I can salvage something.
Also, Numat seems to be off his fucking rocker.
Newmont is
We-
tweaking. He got up and he started walking around, but you can tell that he doesn't know where he's going. Like he's walking in a partial circle around the place, like he's pacing, but it's like he forgets where he is, and he's hot, like he's sweating, burning up. His pits are all stained. Like he's
Someone needs to put that man to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over
Yeah.
to Newmont, take him. We had rooms here, didn't we?
yes.
I'll put him in one of our rooms.
I was staying with Newmont, but yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I'll put him in your room, and then I'll ask if one of the patrons nearby wants to watch him for the next
Not
couple
patrons,
hours.
but
I'll go sit with him. It's fine. I'm gonna go read this book anyways. So
Okay, that's fair.
Kazor, no,
I'll call it a
drink
night.
read it here. We have a drink tonight. No, we.
I'm not going
I-
over there.
I
This
would
is
love
our
to,
first
but
mission as our family. We
He'll
need
be
to
all right. We'll
celebrate
check.
It's
this.
midday.
We'll
It's
check
midday
on him.
anyway.
We'll check on him, and we can. I'll let the bartender know or one of the innkeeps know, and
all right.
they can keep an eye on him.
He can't die on us twice, right?
I mean,
God,
No,
wouldn't
I'd
put
knock
it
on the
past
table.
I'll walk over to the bar counter and like talk to the barkeep about our situation and throw him a gold piece to watch our buddy.
He kind of rolls his eyes, but he's used to people of this type of clientele being intoxicated in one form or another. So he's gonna handle it for you.
Cool. I appreciate it. And then I'm gonna take a round of drinks for the boys at the table.
All right.
Yeah, I tossed two gold pieces to the middle of the table. They're there. Take them if we need them.
Cool. So
All right, I'm gonna grab a cup.
yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna...
cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers,
Cheers, boys.
Cheers, boys.
Ah, I drank my.
I down mine and kind of like sit back, close my eyes, and just let out a really long exhale.
I was waiting for the burp.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been so good.
I,
It's around this time. It's been about an hour. You guys have been chilling, drinking, like talking amongst yourselves. The Mind Weaver comes back and says, "Something just occurred to me. I never
What's that?
got your group name."
Not a good time. None of us have thought of it. We've had weeks. We haven't come up with
Well, yeah. I don't know if we have one yet.
She just looks at you and goes, "Well, every good adventuring group has a name, don't they? Something to think about." And
Guess
then
you're
she
right.
walks off, talking to more people.
we'll put that into consideration, I guess, boys. I think more pressing matters at hand besides our name is what are we doing now?
I wanted to ask
Maybe we
Vicar,
check. Yeah. What's up?
what were you thinking? Like, are you trying to tackle Dolores, as some may call him, anytime soon? Is that like a low boat?
Dolos.
Dolores.
Senor
Look.
Delores.
I'm gonna interject here and just say that's something where we need to learn more.
Eliminating Dolos is not a sometime soon kind of thing. That is that's gonna take some working up to for sure.
We only know his name.
Yeah.
We don't even know what he looks like.
I think
He's-
also I'm all for helping you with this vendetta you've got, Vicar. But the reason we got a good opportunity to go into their den was because of this job, and
Yeah.
I think we need jobs that are going to be beneficial to everyone, at least in the meanwhile, while we get on our feet. So
Well, I appreciate you guys helping me out with this. I know that this is my fight. But I think we should probably check back in with Alwyn and see where we're
I-
at because there's a lot of other stuff going on in the city here.
I agree.
Yeah.
That was gonna be my very very strong and stubborn suggestion to the group is to go see Alwyn.
I thought some
No,
people may
yeah,
want
we
to
need to
forge
figure
some
out this
things.
sickness.
Yeah, the sickness is pressing on my mind. Certainly, we have all now joined the guild to some degree, right?
Yes.
I think Newmont didn't.
No, he
Not
did,
here.
didn't he? Did he join the Potion Guild too?
We
I
went
think
to
he
Al-
did.
yes,
I
yeah,
think
but
he did.
Yeah.
We went to the Alchemy
was-
Guild, the Scroll Keepers Guild, and the.
I think
Forge
it was the
Guild.
church guild he joined, but
Was
Did
it?
we go to the church?
No, I don't think
Not
so.
We didn't
yet.
We didn't go to the church.
You
yet.
haven't gone to the church guild, but Newmont, during one of your downtimes, he was talking to you guys about like he's interested in potions and stuff, but since on account of the fact I can't read so good, he was thinking maybe it might be better to lean into more finding out about his faith. 'Cause he
Okay, so we
died.
haven't done that yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do that some other time.
Well, the
But-
most
yeah.
the most fair thing we could do is go on an adventure about Newmont without him here. So let's do that.
2 months adventure without.
Oh my
Listen,
god.
Here's the thing: the church is always going to be there, regardless. Getting a foot in the door beforehand soon would help.
Yeah, I think
but
checking back in with Alwyn and seeing what's
Yeah.
going on.
Number-
let's go ahead and check in with Alwyn and start from there.
Do we want to rest up here?
We did a short rest
How-
already. You should do
did-
that.
I mean, we should talk to him in the morning.
Well, how's everybody feeling after a short rest? Are we able to?
Oh
It's-
no, I think we actually rest for the night.
You
I
guys
need
wanna
my
do a long
spells.
rest?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say I'm pretty
Okay.
sure Kazar's spent here.
That's totally
It's
fine.
late afternoon at this point. You guys could press on if you wanted to, but this is probably
That's fine. Why don't we?
You know,
then
maybe we
take-
go out shopping.
Oh. Ooh. Well, I mean,
Cassie
I'm.
reaches over for Sid's knife and slits his throat at the table.
Well, I mean, to
Let's-
that logic, is there anything we can do with our guild? I'm like you said, shopping, but like, can
We could check back in for more missions, but I think that
I didn't mean missions, like the Forge Guild. Like, is he able to make anything? Like something like that. Like,
oh, I see what you mean.
I mean, there's
We
nothing.
have
Nothing that I
membership.
want to do right now.
Yeah, there's nothing pressing on that end, and I think that's probably something we can do like between session. Like we don't have to spend time like going to the Forge Guild and making a sword. I don't think that contributes to the story, but I think if we as a group collaborate to the conversation between sessions and we know that that happened, then we can continue with the juicy stuff.
I mean, that's fair. The only thing I would argue is that it technically takes in time to do
Yes,
things.
true. I
So,
think
like,
we if
technically,
you
the
want to
thing
do
doesn't.
something, Dave's right. You should bring it up, but I don't think there's anything we want to do right
Yeah,
now.
that's fine.
Yeah, there's nothing right now.
Yeah, that's what I was just checking to see.
Not me. No.
I think Alan,
No, I
let's
need to- I need to rest.
So we need our spellcaster to be at full potential, and we need
Yeah.
to make sure that we talk to Alwyn and update him on our situation.
We could talk to him today.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, grab some
and
dinner and go.
rest afterwards. It's not like we're gonna be in the city.
Is
It
he
should-
even gonna be at his library? It's pretty late at night.
Well, it's midday. It's right
Evening.
or late. Like it's
Like
evening.
4?
But it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, we did start this mission a little early in the morning to get the jump on people.
Then let's do that. Let's go talk to him.
Yeah,
and then
fine
we
with
can
that.
head back and sleep.
All
Okay.
right. So that's
Best
what
Keep
we're
an
gonna do.
keep an extra eye on our spellcaster, because if things go south for any number of reasons, he's going to be limited.
Well, we're gonna try to
Yeah.
avoid the combat now, but we're in the city, so in outside of like a terrorist attack.
I mean,
Again.
You
Necromancers.
Never know,
Never
though.
happened in Pensing.
Cassian does have a point. We have to be careful while we're
Yes,
out.
agreed. We can
What's your
avoid
health?
combat.
You got your healing from the lady.
Yeah,
and
you
the
get your hugs. You guys are
healing.
fine.
I got a little bit of healing.
And we
I'm still
let's
gonna
take a
cough up
short
some
rest
blood.
too. Let's take
Yeah,
a short rest.
I already did, so everybody should
Yeah.
short rest.
Yeah.
Okay,
if you
okay.
do you
have
not
to.
get
'cause
healed? I thought
we
you
did that when we were sitting here drinking and stuff and resting.
Oh,
Yes.
here.
Vicar.
Yep.
I am going to. Never mind. Go ahead and do your guys' thing. Sorry.
I've already
So you're
forgot.
taking a
Fuck
short
you.
rest.
Yep.
Short rest, and then we're headed to Alwyn.
So you guys make your way to the gates of Claywall, and you see 2 guards stationed there, and the gates are closed.
We're I'll approach one of the guards and say, "Hey, we're here to see Alwyn."
Give me a minute. And he opens the gate, disappears for a few minutes, and then comes back. Says, "All right." Opens the gate. I'm assuming you guys all try to walk in.
Yep.
Walk in. After Sid heads in, he holds up his hand to the rest of you. Just says, "No, just him."
I'm gonna say, whoa, whoa, whoa. Alwyn's a big fan of mine.
I'm gonna turn around and say, "We're together," and he knows we're together.
Alan was very specific. He said, "Not everyone, just you."
I'll
You
look
think
to
my
the-
Alan
biggest
said
fan
that?
wouldn't want to see me?
Can
I
we do
looked
an
at the-
inside check on that to see if that's legit?
I don't see why it wouldn't be, but I'm trying to deceive him.
Yeah.
Alwyn is
so-
my biggest fan. I don't know if you remember the first time we met Alwyn, he complimented me and I said, "It's always nice to have a fan."
This is literally going to be an impossible check. Can you physically roll a 30?
No.
Okay.
I have +6 to deception, but I
Not going
cannot.
to- if you could roll a 30, which is technically an impossible check, I would consider allowing it. But he was literally
Alright.
he was just told by Alwyn that only one person can come through.
I accept.
Okay.
Annoyed, but accepting.
I'll look to the group and say, I honestly don't get what this is, so I'll try to make this quick and bring you guys up.
Mm,
Have
Do what
fun.
you have to.
I guess so. I just
So go ahead, Sid, up to Owen's little section is.
I will sit down directly in front of the guard's feet to be as obnoxious as possible.
Yeah,
I want to make
it
sure I
is-
yell. Don't forget to knock on the door.
Yeah, you do look kind of cute though, because you're a little furry owl person just sitting down at his feet with big eyes. So even though you look angry, it's like a kitten who's angry. You're like, aw, you can't.
Can I stand behind him?
You would be on top of his head if you were standing behind me.
Yeah, a little tiny, big fuck off 8-foot dragon person aspect of it. So give me just a second here, guys. Talk amongst yourself for a minute.
Rabble. I'm gonna grab some water.
I'm gonna go grab a drink after I look for a GIF.
The white girl on the couch.
Just disappear into my cat.
Like, not to metagame, but I kind of want some opinions on like what to level up with, because we get to pick a feat next, right?
Oh, that's not
Well,
metagaming. That's
or-
okay.
Or just like ability score.
You can do 1 and
improvement.
1, 2, or a feat.
I'm gonna probably do ability score improvement.
How are
You
your
should-
spreads on your skills? Are
I
they
didn't know it
or
worked
spells?
like that. I'll be honest.
Anything that's an odd number, you should try and make. Even.
Yes, I agree.
Like,
Is that
my
how that
main
works in
Yes.
this too?
Yes.
My main spellcasting is even currently.
You'd want to take something that at least gives you int +1, and then like it could be a feat, or you could do one somewhere else.
Okay, well the option would be: do I get +1 wisdom and +1 constitution than what I already have?
Is wisdom your main
Or-
thing?
Even
That would make them both even.
then, well, but if those are important stats to you, sure.
Like,
Or you could give yourself +2 to something to increase it, but keep it.
Wisdom
even.
shouldn't be.
yo, I'm not gonna lie. I was already having a hard time deciding just on feats. I didn't even know that was an option, and now I'm even more undecided on what I want to do.
I would
Oh
say
my God.
usually that's better. So the time where feats are really nice is if, say, you had an important stat, like say my dexterity is 17, which it
Mhm.
is, and all my other stats are even, and I don't like, so basically it would be nothing to put a point into another stat. I could do a feat that gave me 1 point in dex that would make it even, and then I would get a bonus like for something else. That's
Like
when I would do
mobility,
that.
Okay.
ever. Like as an example, both my
All right,
dexterity.
hang on. I was supposed to go get a
Yeah,
drink,
go get your drink.
and I got caught up in this. Give me one
You're
second.
good. Like both my dexterity and my wisdom. All right, I got at level 1. Both are 17. So I like need to take an ability score level 4 improvement. That gives me +1.
That makes sense.
Both of those are.
It's like, is getting +1 to like my main check worth more than what I'd get from a feat? It's like, I
Isn't
don't
your
really know.
main thing int?
Yeah.
Are you
So
at
for-
17 int?
For a
I'm at
wizard, though,
16.
for a wizard, that's kind of important because that's not just one thing. That's your spell attack and your save DC plus all of your intelligence checks.
Like honestly, if you just did +2 to int, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Like that's a solid
Definitely.
pick.
Yeah, I might do that. Honestly, I didn't know that was an option. I thought it was just picking a feat, so
Ah.
that kind of changes.
Yep.
Yeah.
things.
I'm at 17 dex and 15 charisma, and my
Very
charisma
good.
bonus affects my initiative. So
Yeah,
I
so-
think
You're
I'm
wanna
gonna do 1 and 1.
This is actually a good time while we're doing this. You guys have leveled up after you did that last
Oh.
mission, handing the amulet over. So
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Oh, sick.
go ahead and level up your characters. Feel free to show.
I have
Yeah.
a question. If
Yep.
I have so when I choose like bonuses to, like, if I'm gonna add to my scores, I have +3 in dex right now, and I have 17 base dex. Is that like, are they related? Or
Sorry,
if
could you say that one more time?
let me just, so like, if you look at my character sheet, the numbers across, I have 17 dexterity, but the plus value to dexterity for me is +3.
Yes.
So if I put a level in dex, will it take the 17 to 18 or the +3 to +4?
Every even number is an additional number for your modifier. So,
Okay,
for
I got
example, like a 17 is a 13, or a 17 is a +3, 18 is a +3, but a 19 is also still a +3.
I got
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, right.
So-
Yeah. Da.
Yeah. So for you, Vicar, it might make sense to put a
Yeah,
single point
definitely.
in Dex and
And
Con, or a
charisma.
single point in Dex or Charisma.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do dex and charisma.
Question for you, Jacob. Am
Yeah.
I like, can I pick a spell when I level up, or do I still have to learn every spell like from
No.
scrolls and stuff?
You get to straight up learn new spells. You learn 2 new spells every wizard level.
Oh, nice.
They have to be of a level that you can cast. So at level 4, you can cast what level spells? Hang on, let me pull it up.
I think it's still level 2.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm just gonna verify real quick, make sure I'm not leading you astray. But yes, you would new levels or 2 new spells free without spending any money.
Okay.
Transcribing spells is where you have to actually do something. But for the flavor of this, I'm going to say that charred book that you have, 2 spells that you want, plus the book already.
I don't know if it's just me, but Jacob keeps cutting out.
I was just gonna say
Just
He
about
is, but I can repeat that really quick. He says 2 for level, 2 for.
2 for level, 2 for the book. Okay.
Give me just a second. I'm going to restart Discord.
You guys know that golf chick, the blonde-haired golf chick?
You
Dude,
sent
there's like
me-
7 on TikTok.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like,
no,
which
I know,
one?
I know what he's talking about.
Bro, she's on my Instagram feed, and I'm just like, God damn.
Stop trying to
Goddamn
jerk
indeed.
it.
I don't
Mid-
want
No,
to.
no, don't let him keep you from doing that.
I don't want to. I want to have a pure and
Oh.
goddamn.
That what you're doing in that corner? I was so
It's
curious.
Okay, Tony. I know I know what you're talking about.
Hey, Tony, you
Bro,
want to go
better?
golfing next weekend, bro?
Dude, yeah.
I'll even dress up. Dude, Tony, it's Halloween. I'll dress up special just for you.
Thank fuck.
At least someone's dressing up special for him. Shit.
Hell yeah. Yo, I have
Damn.
+7 to initiative right
Yeah.
now.
Nobody dresses special for me anymore.
Oh, how do you? Oh, cause charisma index.
Well, I don't, yeah,
Give
charisma
me a
index.
hug, buddy.
So I went from +5 to +7.
Damn.
Yeah.
To initiative?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, bro. I'm +2. I'm at the. Oh.
I
Dies
am a
here.
rogue, and I'm
Tony.
a swashbuckling rogue, so I'm double into
Yeah,
that.
you're a fucking swashbuckler, aren't you? You
I'm
dirty
a
little,
speedy boy. I'm a
you dirty
duelist
little
to the max.
He's a
swashbuckler.
Yo, I'll
buckler.
fucking buckle your swash.
Yeah, I know you will. You
I'll
fucking
buckle your
slut.
shoe too.
I can't help you
dirty
now.
little-
swashbuckler is crazy.
What's that?
I said a dirty little swashbuckler is crazy.
Hey,
That's
Tony.
a crazy thing to say, right? That's a nuts thing to
That's
say.
a sick
Yes,
little
that's
username
It's
right
wild.
there.
weird. A new
That's
name of the server
wild.
at this
That's
point.
gonna be my Rocket League name from now on. When you see dirty little swashbuckler
No.
log on, you know who it is.
I want it.
Yeah, Tony. I plan to be able to help you with initiative, but I won't be able to.
That's fine.
How is Cassian? Strict fighter now.
+3. It's not great. It's
What-
good.
What
It's not great.
What impacts that? Is it different per class?
It's dexterity, but
Yep.
I also
Okay.
have a specific perk that makes my charisma.
Charisma included into
Yeah.
the. I gotcha. Okay.
So I have
cool.
+4 to dex, +3 to charisma, and I am a speedy boy.
I'm gonna Elmo this conversation and see if God is ready.
I am
What?
almost ready.
Elmo
How-
as in enough. Let's move on. Anybody can Elmo a conversation.
Tony, I'm gonna Elmo your life.
Oh boy.
Just
Damn.
kidding. I love you so much, Tony. I'm sorry.
Damn.
You though?
It just. Never mind.
Damn. He said.
No,
Damn.
You want to know something, John?
Yes.
Do you actually?
Yeah.
That was not very cash money of you.
It just blew out my speakers.
Were you expecting me to say no, Tony? You just seemed so surprised when I said yes.
You usually just say no,
Yeah, well, I was.
as does everything in my life.
Okay, look,
Okay.
look here. I'm
Elmo.
Elmo in this conversation.
Elmo.
Let's move
Damn.
on. Yeah.
So, Jacob, you're squared away.
I'm texting the spells that he got from the book
Oh, okay.
to send Vicar. So if you guys want to take like a 5-minute,
Mm-hmm. You're cutting out again.
already done it.
Yeah,
5 minute.
that didn't help
Got
for
it.
some 5-minute break.
Uh,
Yeah. Hazard. Oh, I can look through some tweets right now with.
um,
If you guys want, I
I'll
can read the
probably-
player's handbook in Donald Trump's voice.
That
I'll
would be great.
probably do a feat the next time. I didn't realize I could just do the ability score, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna do that for now, I think.
Josh, that thing you sent me
But
was just
next
a
time,
coincidence,
definitely.
right? That's
Yeah.
not like something you created.
What
The
is-
humble
What thing
toes.
did I send you?
The humble toes.
Huh?
The humble toes.
Oh
From...
no, that was something funny from our BG3
Okay, yeah, I
playthrough.
figured.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, where I was like, "Hello, Vicar."
I was like, I need help understanding this. Am I
no,
supposed?
it was
You know...
just, it was just funny because it was your name. That's
Yes,
all.
yes.
All right, boys. Here is the D&D handbook in the voice of Donald Trump. My gift to
Oh,
you.
boy.
Just gonna mute Tony real quick.
The
I'm going to the bathroom.
many worlds of the Dungeons and Dragons game are places of magic and monsters, of brave warriors and spectacular adventures. They begin with the foundation of medieval fantasy, and then the creatures, places, and magic that make these worlds unique. Except China.
The greatest adventurers I've ever seen. The greatest adventurers of all time.
I fucking can't.
I can't. I was like, I can't.
Okay, Joe, I just sent you the file to get you from the first book, plus the remaining spells in the burn spell book.
Okay. But I
Vigor,
still
give me-
get 4 though, like 2 from the book, and is that what you're saying, or?
It's all of the ones that I just plus the ones that you had before.
That was
Okay.
good. That was good pee.
That was fast as hell, bro. You
I'm
just
so
ripped through
happy
that.
you had a good pee.
Look, guys,
Yeah.
I could
Ew,
let you in on a
just
little
touched the
secret.
wiener? Gay.
No, I didn't, and that's the little
Gay.
secret I was gonna let you in
That's
on.
gay. John touched the wiener. And
All right,
he's
let me
gay.
paint a picture for you guys, okay?
No, don't
Because
paint
this
your
is a.
dick. Don't
this
paint
is
a dick
a-
pic. That's gay.
I'm just gonna mute Tony. There we go. So,
Hey,
let
everybody
me
else
paint a
want to
picture for you because
suffer?
this is a life hack that I figured out, and you may be resistant to it at first because I think most guys are, but don't be insecure. Be open-minded.
You're gonna
So,
tell me to
oh my
sit when I
God.
pee? Yeah, it's not happening, bro.
I am about to tell you to sit when you
I
pee.
knew
Oh
it.
my
Oh
god.
boy.
So, hear me out. I have developed a way to take a piss without needing to wash my hands.
Oh no.
So
You mean just using
I
the old
will
You
waistband?
piss on the floor.
no, I just sit down to pee, so I don't touch anything other than my waistband,
Okay,
and then
John, I'm gonna
stop. No,
stop
no,
you
no.
right
Let me
there.
finish.
No,
No, you're
I'm gonna
not.
stop,
So,
bro.
and then
'Cause
I
some of
finish
us, some of
peeing.
us, our dicks are so small that they don't sit down into the toilet bowl, bro. So
Dude,
this is
my
not gonna
dick's
work out. I
my
have to
dick
push my
almost
dick
touches
down.
the water, and I still do
Okay.
this.
Dude, I was gonna say, I hate when that happens. I don't like it.
No.
Feels really
How
weird.
many dicks have touched this part of the seat? You know what I mean?
Not this net
All right.
one
Anyway,
dick,
so
I
you
tell you
sit down
that
to pee,
much.
We all think it.
and then you stand up, you flush with your toes, which is super easy to do, and then you're good to go.
You're wilding right
Vicar.
now,
How
dude.
dirty is your toilet handle, bro?
Yes.
I do it when I'm outside. Saying
All right,
that.
Tony's up muted.
Flush with your toes.
Yeah, you flush with your toes.
You guys not
dude.
do that?
What's up?
Am I the one that also does that?
Did you know Don Dolos personally? Did you interact with him personally?
I don't know. Did I? Maybe.
I'm gonna let that one be up to you.
I mean,
For flavor, John, I would
Yes.
say just you had an interaction, you know of him.
I have seen him before. We are not close, but I have been in the same room as him, and he has been in the same room as me. He knows of me, and he knows of my transgressions against the mafia, and I'm assuming that he's the one that decided that I needed to burn.
The head of the snake. Nick.
Josh, you jest, but I can actually do that.
What are you talking about?
Your GIF.
Oh, no.
So, like, have you watched The Walking Dead.
I have not
episode
seen The
1.
Walking Dead.
So
No.
there's a scene where somebody is strapped up to a chair. They're like hostage, and there's a zombie in the room, and there's like a tool at their feet, and they're trying to pick it up with their toes, and they can't, and they end
He's
up getting
practiced
bit.
that exact
I
situation.
literally was like, could you actually not do that? And I like sat down on a chair and picked up like a wrench with my foot, like first try.
Hard.
You
I
work on
can.
people's
there
teeth
a
with your
zombie-
fucking toes.
Was
bro?
there
That's
a
crazy.
zombie in the room trying to bite you, John?
No, there wasn't.
Then
But
you
I can
don't
pick up
know.
credit cards with my toes off
Yeah,
the floor.
listen, nothing really
They're so
matters
thin.
until there's a zombie
Credit
in the
cards?
room.
Never tried that.
Yeah. Dave's pulling out a fucking credit card.
What? I don't.
Dave, as you're
Need
doing
to
that,
start
can you read
again?
me the numbers on the front?
Yeah, it's 69.
420.
All right, I got your message. So do
Alright,
I
Ethan.
do I know
do
this?
Wait, is
Is
it
that Victor speaking?
flat?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, you
Okay.
you do know that, but you might be hesitant and you might not be hesitant depending on how you want to play your character about telling the party,
Okay.
because you know what happens to people who tell.
Right.
Tell.
Um,
Tell.
You don't know
So-
that I know.
we are
I know that
going
you know.
to resume. I'm assuming everybody's
quick,
got their
Jacob.
4th level stuff. What?
How do we roll for health points again? Is it fighters
So-
or a D10?
For you, it's a D10.
Just
And
roll a straight D10 and then add it to your already whatever you already
Yep.
had.
so
Okay.
the roll modifier, you just click the up arrow, the amount of times equal to the number that you rolled, basically, and it does all the math and calculations for you for your hit points.
All right, word. Thank you.
That's a solid roll.
What'd you roll?
Nice roll, Tony.
7.
Nice.
Tony
Good
got
stuff.
an 8.
All right. So everyone got their leveled up taken care of?
Honestly, not yet.
Yeah.
I'm still picking spells, but we can
Oh,
keep
word.
going.
Yeah, let's keep going a little bit, and then it takes a long time to pick spells.
It takes ages. I have to read like every spell.
Yeah, that
so-
sucks.
So, you guys pick up in the morning. You're kind of groggy. Newmont is still feverish.
Wait. Did we get
Gotta-
past Sid
We're-
coming out?
No.
No, I'm.
Oh
I'm at
wait.
Alwyn's-
Yeah, that's
we're in
right. You
Alwyn's
guys haven't
tower.
haven't rested yet. Yeah. So, several minutes go by, almost half an hour, not quite, and then Sid comes walking back down. Sid, what do they see as you approach them?
A blank expression, not completely empty, but something that's devoid of full like conscious thought for a moment as I'm kind of walking towards them. A little bit of like scruff. You can't really tell what it is, but something on the collar of my tunic. And as I approach the doorway, like the natural sunlight hitting me in the face kind of like not jolts me, but like snaps its fingers in my face, and I kind of come back to reality. And I kind of like stare at the group for a second, shake my head, and like, all right, I'm sorry guys, I took way too long. We're set to go up.
How's my biggest fan?
He's studious, we'll say.
So
What
we're all
happened
going
in
up
there?
now.
He may have questions, but we shouldn't keep him waiting. Come on.
Oh, we're all going up. Okay, all
Yeah.
right. Well, fuck. I mean, I guess you should have just invited us all up in the first place. I
Yeah,
say to the guard as I walk by.
Would've
and
been
I
a good
swing my
idea.
head side to
I'll look-
side.
I'll
You
look at
see,
the
as you
guard.
guys turn around to try to enter Claywall again, the gates are closed and the guards are just standing there.
Wait. Oh, I said, didn't you say we needed to all go up there?
I'm sorry. My head's not in the right place right now. And I look at the guard. I'm like, you sure you didn't get any of the messages?
The guard just looks at you and goes, Owen said he only wanted to see you. He's got very limited time today. He doesn't have time to speak to you at the moment. He is sorry, and so forth.
I'm gonna
ETC.
I'm gonna shake my head, and I'm sorry guys. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. 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 I don't know what to tell where my head's been at for the last 30 minutes. A lot of information shared. I'll give it to you guys at some point.
At some point, seems
I-
a little more pertinent than some point.
He didn't have anything for us in terms of what we needed.
Well, you look
So,
like shit, so he
I
said
need-
something.
I need to bathe and get out
Yeah,
of these
well,
clothes.
you smell like shit too, so that's probably a good idea.
Did someone say
Let's-
bathhouse?
Let's go.
It's Vicar just pissy that he didn't get to go.
I'll jest like with a half forced smirk. I'll be like, "You'll get to see your biggest fan shortly," and I'll kind of just like walk past the group and head towards the rogue.
I'm gonna look at Cassian and shrug.
Cassian looks over at Vicar and kind of like gives him like one of those looks.
And then I'll walk with Sid back to the woundy.
There bathhouse there?
What do you say?
There
Well,
bathhouse
are
there?
baths.
Yeah,
There's
I mean,
baths there,
it is a place that is fit for living for a short time. So yes, they have baths, they have outhouses. You guys can get there, and it's getting to be nighttime at this point. Walking from where you guys were at the Wounded Rogue all the way back to Claywall and back takes more than an hour.
So on the walk back, I want to walk with Cassian, and when I feel like we're at least pseudo like alone, I want to just mention that I saw the Mind Weaver saying something to you, and it looked relieving. What were you guys talking about?
Nothing gets by you, Mr. Vicar.
Oh, I get that
Ev-
sharp eye.
Every step of the way you have questioned me about, I will let you know, and on a little secret, the same thing. I promise you in due time you will know. It's a little personal, and I owe you at least an explanation, but I promise you we are not in danger. You have nothing to worry about.
I'm gonna squeeze his cheeks and say, "Keep your secrets."
Very nice. As you guys are walking back to the Wounded
Jacob.
Rogue,
As they're
You-
approaching the wounded rogue and taking their rest, just check your messages.
yeah, no, I've been keeping an eye out.
Okay.
Don't you
As
dare!
you guys approach the Wounded Rogue, you notice that there's a familiar cart to Cassian and Vicar. You guys know that cart. You kind of walk up a little bit faster to make sure that you're right about it, and you are. In the front seat of this cart is Maximus, looking
Maximus!
very disheveled.
Again.
He looks worse than the last time you saw him, and a little bit frazzled. His cart is completely empty. There's nothing in it. You guys recall that you actually unloaded a lot of spice, but there was more stuff in the cart when you guys left it off. And he's just sitting there. He doesn't even seem to notice you as he's making his way out of the city.
Maximus, you look like even more shit than you did the last time. Are we gonna keep playing games and pretend like nothing's wrong, or are you gonna tell us what's going on?
As soon as you say Maximus, he jumps about 10 feet high. Like he was clearly in some other headspace, and he did not expect to see familiar faces. And for a second, there's terror in his eyes, and then he looks at you and goes, "Oh, it's wonderful to see you both again. All of you, in fact. How
Is
are
it?
you?" It is.
Well, you look like I about scared you half to death. What's
No,
going on?
no, no, no. Of
Yes,
course not.
Maximus. And I look at him deadpan, like obviously I know.
His very flamboyant smile falters slightly as he looks at you, and then he kind of gets it back up on his face and he goes, "I've got nothing to hide, friends. I'm fine. I'm just
Then
making my way back to Thornbrook." And as soon as he says that, he kind of gets wide-eyed for a second, and then goes, "But you didn't hear that from me."
What's in Thornbrook?
"Well, I mean, you should know. That's where you met me. There's a lot of spice to be had there, money to be made, you know."
I'm gonna lean up against the cart and look at him and say, "What's not in Thornbrook?"
Yo.
What do you, I don't know if I should make you roll persuasion or intimidation. What are you trying to go for here?
I'm trying to glean what really is going on. I think it's not what's there, it's what's not there. So just trying to pry information.
Persuasion?
Okay, yeah, that would be persuasion.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and roll persuasion.
Can I re-roll?
You can use an inspiration.
Nah,
Yeah,
it's a 4.
Okay, are you using an inspiration? Or are you sticking with that?
I'm gonna stay with this.
Okay. He looks at you and goes, I have no idea what you mean, my friend. I am completely fine. Sid, was it?
It is, not was.
Well, clearly you're not in Thornbrook. Maybe I'm just going there to escape you. And then he goes, but seriously, just spices, money. I mean, I am a merchant after all. I do need to make a living.
Max, we can't help you if you don't tell us. There's something that's been clearly off and it's getting worse. Have you noticed it too, Cassian?
I remember very clearly bringing an entire cart full of spices to the casino. Headed back so soon, Maximus, it doesn't make much sense. Plus, you're sweating a bit more than usual.
I'm gonna look around for any type of armed / protective personnel within the vicinity.
That was Cassian and I.
You're looking at them, Mr. Sid.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm just looking right now to see if there's anyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
Got
ahead
it.
and make a perception check for me as you're looking around, trying to keep an eye out for sharp and shinies.
A 15.
15.
Sharp
You see
and
some
shinies.
you see some guards. None of them seem to be paying you much attention. Not ships. Carts come in and out of this place all the time. They're not super concerned with anything. It doesn't look like you're trying to hold them up and rob them, so they're not really concerned.
Are
But
they
nothing
in
else.
a posture to go with Maximus? Like, do they look like they're ready for travel, or are they more like city guards
Minding
just
their own
watching?
business.
They're city guards watching. I mean, a lot of them look bored at their posts. There's one guy who looks like he's got a little bit more experience than the others. He's eyeing you, just making sure that you're not trying to rob a merchant's cart as he's walking away. But he notices that the cart is empty, so he just doesn't really think much of it and then looks elsewhere.
Gotcha. So
Real
I'm
quick.
gonna. Mhm.
Oh, go ahead. No, please finish
I
it.
was gonna say I'm gonna nod over to Cassian and Vicar and ask, guys, does a spice merchant usually travel by themselves?
And I need to steal God real quick, if you don't mind.
You know that Maximus hired you, but that was back when the cart was full.
God, come with me to a different voice channel, please.
I shall wait for Cassian to return. Ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom.
Are we all just standing out front of this?
Yeah.
We are standing in front of car.
I just slightly missed how this cart came to be.
It's Maximus is a friend of Cassian and
I know that.
So that was our last job was guarding Maximus's cart. That's how we got into the casino and how we all met. And so now we see that his cart that was not fully empty before is totally empty, and he's heading back already. And so it's just happened to be outside of the Wounded Rogue, which is where we were going.
Okay.
Right. So, yeah, you don't really notice anything other than guards and an empty cart. What are you guys doing now?
So I'm just gonna kind of nod over and say, is it normal for someone to travel out?
Okay.
Just kidding.
It is when they leave.
Well, he hired us to guard his product on the way in. He's gone.
I was making a joke.
Okay,
Leave,
so
they leave.
he hired us to guard his product on the way in, but he's got nothing to rob on the way out. I mean,
Just his life to protect, but you're not gonna find finer talent, Mr. Maximus. Once you get to Thornbrook, you're lucky we were there to begin with.
true.
I'm
Wanna hire
ever
us
so
again?
grateful to have made your acquaintances. It's truly been a fascinating experience, and I will hire you in the future should I need something to be looked after. But at the moment, as you can see, any references back to the empty cart, I really have no need of your services.
What happened? Didn't you have more product than that?
Of course. I mean, you don't go to places with things to sell without selling them.
Did you sell it?
In a way, yes, I did.
In a way.
How about this,
Enlighten.
Maximus? How about this? How about maybe you have my card, right? And I take out a nicely chiseled piece of wood that inscribes my name. If you're in Thornbrook, you can send a raven. I'm sure we will get it. You know where I am for the most part. You have very keen allies, I'm sure. If you're in Thornbrook and you need a little bit more protection, maybe you pick up a cart or two, and for the time being, we'll let you travel. You'll probably die, but if you live, maybe we'll talk again.
When you say that, his face goes pale white. Like that hit him differently when you just said that.
Nobody's after you, are they, Maximus?
I'm gonna look at them like in a jokingly surprised, scared sense, and be like, "Well, there's kobolds around."
Maximus is starting to sweat a little bit. And he goes, I need to hurry now, boys. I'm sorry. I really must be going.
Cassian takes his whip and cracks it over the head of one of the horses to get him to go.
They start lurching off, and Maximus, as he's riding away, goes, I will hire you again if I have need of your services. You can count on it. You are friends, after all.
That's if you live.
Again, his face just goes stark white as he's riding off.
Turn back to where we were heading and just wave 2 fingers in the air over my shoulder as I walk away.
All right. You guys make your way to the Wounded Road down into the Mindweaver's Den, and it's still, as the day has gotten longer, more and more people have started showing up to this Mindweaver's Den, where it's starting to become not crowded, but there's quite a few people here of all different kinds. You see the Mindweaver talking to someone that you recognize from the casino. Not Gideon, but the person who is sitting there playing with Maximus and Gideon, Alara.
Yes.
Fuck yeah, Riz time,
Tony's
baby.
fully
Fuck off, Tony.
Sid has a giant erection.
Yeah.
I have been Team Alara this whole time. You can suck my 16 D20 bird cock.
Yeah, well, now we know your bird cock floats on the top of the water when you sit down to pee.
It doesn't reach the toilet. Come on. So
Depends
yeah,
on the water level.
it's water level. Yeah, that's what I meant. Anyways,
This
Alara,
is not TOS, Kai. You need to take this down.
Alara looks rather distraught as she's talking to the Mindweaver, and she catches your eye, and the Mindweaver points towards you guys, and they both start walking to your direction. And the Mindweaver's doing that thing. You know how girls do sometimes when they're comforting another girl, where they have their arm in the other person's arm as they're walking?
Yes.
Mhm.
That's kind of what she's doing as she's bringing Lara over, and she goes, well, it's not within my area of expertise, but these fine people have just done me a service. Perhaps they can do one for you.
Well,
And Alara looks at you and goes, oh, I don't know what I'll do. I need your help. What is your name?
Vicar, what can I? How
No, I
can I be of
mean
service?
the group name. I'm used to hiring groups of people. Usually
Not
they have
this
a name.
shit again. Give us time, please.
She goes, well, I suppose while you're figuring it out, I could go for individual names, and just to bypass that, we're gonna say that you guys all give the names. She looks at you and says, let me get my notes up real quick. Okay. She describes to you that I'm afraid that I think my life might be in danger, and it's a lot to think about and to take in. I came here to seek some help. I know that the underhand is skilled in these ways.
Why do you think your life's in danger?
Well, I am one of the ranking members of the guild, and the Mafia has made an attack on our dear friend, and she looks back at the Mindweaver. and I'm afraid that I might be next.
What do you have that they want?
I have a lot of things that he might want. And as you look at her, you realize that the clothes that she is wearing alone has to be easily worth 1,000 gold pieces.
I'm gonna look her up and down and say, I'll say.
What do you say?
Sid iterates, I'll say.
Yes. She looks at you for a moment, and then she looks at Kazir and locks eyes with you, and her eyes kind of get a little bit more sultry when she realizes the points on your ears.
You want that elf dude.
Okay.
And she just looks back at the rest of you and says, I will have a messenger tomorrow, but for tonight, rest well, and hopefully you'll see me in the morning.
You know, if you join Sid in his bed, you'll definitely see him in the morning. Persuasion?
Persuasion? Question mark?
Wait, say that again?
I want a wingman for Sid, and I said, if you join Sid in his room tonight, you will definitely see him in the morning.
Yes, I suppose that I would, but
But she doesn't want his micro penis, so.
She doesn't know I rolled the nat 1.
She doesn't know that.
She hears that, and this crude talk is getting to her, a woman of such high standing. She kind of looks a little bit indignant and goes, I will have my messenger come for you in the morning.
And I'll
You
say,
could have Sid come for you right now.
I'll look at her and I'll use like a little gust of wind, kind of blow some of the hair out of her face, just like gently, and I'll be like, "Don't mind my friends. We'll see you in the morning."
Her eyes.
Okay, suave.
There's a certain sparkle in her eyes when you use magic, especially. It's just like, Vicar, you're about waist level. Do a perception check for me.
What the hell is this
She's
for?
frothing her loins right now, and you're
Oh fuck!
See
I
it.
rolled it on the. I forgot, but I got a 20.
You did.
Wow.
Yeah,
You see
exactly.
the camel toe.
Yeah, there's a little bit of darkness around that area.
Alright, you're just rubbing it in my face.
I'm using that -1 charisma well. Let's go.
This is lame.
The wizards get all the bitches. God
I'm
damn
just
it.
I'm just gonna after this conversation I was gonna be like, yeah, she was dry as fuck when you were talking to her, man. I don't know.
Where's Numod in this whole conversation? He freaking out in his room.
He's still
Yeah.
sweating his dick off over there, bro.
Numot is still tweaking. He's still feverish, and the barkeep is every now and then going to check on him and keeping him sedated with much
He's a
alcohol.
lightweight.
so-
Numot the lightweight. That's a
Yes.
that's a new meta joke that he doesn't understand.
Yes.
with
So
this-
he's in his room right now, so she doesn't see any other elf except for Kazir. And she starts to walk away from the rest of you and bids you all a good night.
I'm gonna walk over to Kazir, kind of nudge him, and just say, "Simp," and then go to, and then head to my room.
All right. Are we taking a long rest here, or is there something else that you guys wanted to do?
I'm game for a long rest.
All right. So everyone, go ahead and take a long rest. You are now level 4. You've already done your level up, so everything's good to go. As you guys wake up in the morning,
Jacob would.
Yep.
I would assume that Cassian would slip away to do Mindweaver stuff, the same as he did before, but we don't have to play that out now if you don't want to.
Yeah. We will just say that yes, you slip away, and we will address that another time.
I have to step away for like 5 minutes, but you guys can just continue without me. And I'll
While
just
we
come
were
back.
sleeping,
Wait,
and
is
step
that
out.
Joe saying that?
Yeah.
That was me saying that. Yeah.
All right.
You
then
can
we're
decide.
gonna take a 5-minute break because we're about to go into something that's gonna be interesting for you
Okay.
to do.
Yeah.
Do you
my
want to
bad,
just
my bad.
do Cassian's Mindweaver shit?
Yeah, I could do that while we're waiting for you to get back.
Yeah.
And if you guys want to go do break stuff while he does that with me, that's fine.
Yeah.
So,
I'll be
Cassian, as you get up late at night. You've been waiting for this for well over 24 hours, staying late into the night awake. You walk to the Mindweaver's room and give a soft knock, and she opens the door and looks at you and just says, "You know, normally I don't do this kind of thing in my own chambers, but you did me a service. So, have a seat." And she gestures to her bed.
Cassian walks over and sits down.
As you sit down, she very gently walks up to you and puts her hand on your chest and then pushes you back down onto the bed so you're lying down. And then she closes your eyes and she starts to sing. And it is hauntingly beautiful. It is the most gorgeous sound that you have ever heard. It's almost ethereal. It's obviously magically enhanced, but to the point where it's the only reason that it could be this good is magic, but it doesn't sound like a synthesizer or anything like that, you know?
Mm.
Y'all are spamming messages. My God, it is hard to concentrate.
Don't worry about it. I got this.
So, as you're sitting there and she's singing to you in this foreign language, do you speak Elvish, Cassian?
I do not.
It's almost like you can hear the words of your wife in this song, like she's the one singing it.
Mm.
And it's sung in Elven. And you recognize phrases that your wife used to say to you. Things that mean love, things that mean happiness, things that mean husband. Words that just describe good things that you remember, little phrases that used to make you guys laugh as a couple, little things that you used to say as you would pick up in conversations just to speak to each other covertly so your other adventuring party companions didn't know what you were talking about back when you were still part of that group. And you see her in your dreams as you are drifting off into this imaginary landscape. There's greenery all around you, and you can feel her almost physically. And everything is perfect in that moment. You feel completely satisfied and completely content. And sometime you wake up. But unlike the last time where it felt cold and distant when you woke up, like it was almost a dream meant to hurt you, this dream was meant to heal you. And you feel better, but you want more. You feel whole, but like that wholeness is manufactured, and you need to keep it sustained by continuing to do this. And you wake up in your own bed in the morning.
Hey.
Hey. Cassian sits up in his bed as the sun is rising, I suppose, and he reaches down for the amulet around his neck, and he pulls down on the right ear of the wolf emblem and just stares into the photo of Aurora. Closes it and quietly tucks it back into his necklace, and then in true Cassian form heads to the bar to get a breakfast libation.
Got you. Okay. All right. So, give me just a second here. I am not going to catch up on everything that you guys are talking about in that chat.
Don't worry about it. I'll talk to you about it later.
Okay. Yeah. You guys are all awake in the morning. As you wake up, you see a messenger boy who looks to be no older than 17 years old. He's human. He's got kind of a pockmarked face. He's sitting there with this like mousy curly brown hair. And he sees you guys come out and he goes, "My mistress, Alara." bids you a good morning. And then he gives you a letter.
I'm gonna grab the letter and ask, "How old are you?"
17.
Oh boy. And then I'm gonna open the letter and read it to the group. I assume we're all at the breakfast table,
You are all at the breakfast table.
so I'm gonna
New
open it up.
Mike.
Is Newmont still sick in bed?
Yes.
Yeah, for the remainder of the session, Newmont is sick with a deathly
Yes.
dragon cold.
Yes.
Perfect.
So this is what the letter says, but included in the letter is her address. For the sake of the fact that you guys wouldn't know what an address is because you don't know what the streets are, I just left that part out. But it lists the instructions of how to get to her house, her mansion in the North Quarter.
All right, so I'm gonna read this out to the group and stop halfway and just look at Kazar and just kind of give him a wink and say, "Hey, lover boy, she wants you, and I guess we're joining."
Is that what it says? Do you guys have to
Well,
join?
We're gonna join. Let me put it to you that way.
Yeah, no, she seems of good interest to me, but also the group. She
Oh,
seems to have
does
a lot of
she?
money to
Okay,
throw
bro.
around.
Mm-hmm. If you don't mind
Well,
blowing
with
a
your
little
dick
wind
again.
in my hair, that'd be.
Bye,
Press at
Vicar.
another point.
No, Vicar here.
Hi, Vicar.
Dearest God, I wish you not leave the group.
Again.
Mr.
Vicar rolls his eyes so hard they practically come out of his skull.
Mr. Trump is very upset.
Okay. So, are you guys headed off to? What the hell is that noise?
Tony's just being a cuck.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm assuming you guys are headed off to the North Quarter.
We're following the instructions on letter.
Thank you,
All right.
letter.
You eventually
Wait,
make
wait.
your way.
On the way over there, why don't we talk about a group name? Just while we're strolling through the streets.
How about the unfuckables?
How about
Oh,
family?
I'm sorry, that's your
I
solo
sense
group
there's some
name.
hurt feelings here from last night.
I've got
Am I
a
wrong?
few because my brain is big and it's almost like it's a robot. The Bloodbound Outcasts, Penting Shadow Ensemble, Alwyn's Legion of Oddities, Crimson Lotus Syndicate, the Eclipse Siblings, Penting Sixfold Vanguard, the Misfit Monarchs of Penting, Alwyn's Hexed Hand, Rogues of the Blood Moon, the Unlikely Conclave.
How late were you up last night?
Dude.
Yep. I actually really
Hey.
like Crimson Lotus though, but just Crimson Lotus.
I like it too, but it does not make sense because I don't
Does
even
it?
know what the fucking Lotus is.
Cassian.
He just thought
Did
it
you
up.
just put it? No, you probably put it in a fucking generator.
Yeah, it's in ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Medieval ChatGPT.
Yes, exactly.
I didn't-
I like the Unlikely Conclave, at least for a placeholder. It makes the most sense to me, but
I didn't hear family in there.
no, I didn't put family in there.
Penting's Saviors, Penting's Vanguard.
I think something less specific to our function
Yeah.
is good.
Less specific to our function.
Like, I don't want to be Owlin's bitches or something like that. You know?
Well, let's see. Is there something that ties us all together? Like,
We're all members of different guilds across the city.
yeah.
There
That
could be
does
some
not
sort
help.
of something with web in it.
Or what about Mosaic?
I mean, that kind of works as well because we're all over the place.
So do we all have tragic backstory here?
I think so.
I know Cassian does. I know I do.
Not that tragic, no.
The sad boy.
Sorry, my life didn't suck.
Broken Crusaders.
Faultless Fellowship?
I like that.
It's pretty good.
The Sixfold Shadows, the
I like
Sibling
that.
Six.
I
The
like
Order of
something
the-
with six.
Yeah, the Order of the Hexen Six. The Sixfold Pact Protectors. The Six Brothers of Penting.
Hexen 6 is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm open to anything that's not corny and lame.
I don't really want
We're
Penting
not
to
married to this either, are we? It's just sort of like.
If you want to get married, I will marry an owl.
Well, at least you would.
Damn. I'm my only pick elves.
The Hex and
Pointy eared
6.
fucks.
Who even likes dragons?
Hex
like
and
dragons.
6.
I like you. I don't know about all the dragons, but you're all right.
6/6.
So I'm gonna say out of game. This is something that you guys can talk about. You don't need to make a decision right now. So maybe before next session, just throw some chat names
Word.
in the general chat, and then
We'll
come
think
to a
about it.
consensus. Maybe before next, or at least sometime within the next couple of sessions.
Yep.
But we're gonna move on from this right now.
Yeah.
So you guys are talking about what name you guys should come up with for your group as you are progressing through the city towards the North Quarter. It doesn't take you super long, 20-25 minutes to get where you need to go. Well, actually, roll a survival check for me real quick, whoever has the letter.
That me.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Vicar and the Lonely Hearts Gang.
It is a 17 for survival.
Clear.
17.
Booked a
Yeah,
bar nearby for
it
6
takes you like
silver
20
each.
or 25 minutes to get there. It's not very far. You don't get lost. On that, the vicar and the whatever, there was a group that I was in my first ever D&D campaign where we actually ended up as a joke naming the entire group after one character. We called it Annihilus and Friends.
Wow. Friends.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's fine till Annihilus dies.
No, he ended up being the most powerful wizard in the entire thing. So, in the entire game.
And
so,
Friends.
yeah, that was that was something. Anyways, yeah, you guys make it. So, with the other in hand, you follow the instructions provided, and soon find yourself standing before the imposing wrought iron gates of Lady Alara's mansion. The mansion itself is a grand spectacle, surrounded by lush gardens and guarded by lightly armored sentinels. As you approach the mansion's entrance, the massive oak doors swing open, revealing a grand foyer adorned with marble statues and glittering chandeliers. A butler, impeccably dressed in a black tailcoat, greets you and leads you through the winding hallways to a lavishly decorated sitting room. Gilded tapestries adorn the walls, and the room is bathed in a soft glow of candlelight. At the far end of the room, Lady Alara sits waiting. She's a vision of beauty, dressed in a flowing gown of dark, deep blue silk, embroidered with legitimate silver thread that has a very deep V collar that flatters her chest perhaps a little too well. Her black hair cascades down her shoulders, and her eyes hold a hint of emotion that you cannot quite place. She looks at you and says, "Welcome. I'm glad you're here. I know we have met, but I don't believe we've actually been properly introduced except for last night. I must apologize for the urgency of my quest, but I find myself in dire straits." She gestures for you to take a seat on the plush chairs ranged around the polished mahogany table. There are plenty of very nice poofy chairs here, and there's varying ranges. It looks like there's something that could sit a Goliath, all the way down to something that would fit a halfling.
I was gonna say, I would like to inspect these chairs to see if I can sit on them.
Yes.
I'm gonna approach a chair, and before I sit down, I'm gonna push the chair back in and look at her and say, Lady Alara, if you want our help, as you state in the letter, we're going to need absolute honesty.
I wouldn't do anything other than that.
I'd hope not, since it's your life that you're calling us to help save. And then I'll sit down.
I have reason to believe that someone harbors ill intent with me. My institution has seldom failed me, the underhand, you know. And it tells me that my life is in grave danger. I'm unsure of the identity of the potential assailant, but I sense a sinister plot afoot. I beseech you to aid me in this dark hour. And she pauses, and then she looks at you all with this, like, sad look and says, "I need you to watch over me and be sure nothing happens to me for the next 24 hours.
like babysit?
What's so crucial about this 24 hours?
I'm going to test this theory. I need you to be there if it goes wrong.
Well, you're gonna have to elaborate on that one, darling.
I plan on taking a carriage ride. Well, I guess it's a little bit more than 24 hours. I expected you to be getting here around noon. You didn't look very organized. Sometime around noon tomorrow, I'm going to be going on a carriage ride, and I need to make sure that I'm protected. If there's an attack on me, I want the assailants dealt with. I need to send a message back to the Mafia if they try to dare touch me.
Carriage ride.
Well, if I'm attacked, I need you to be there.
I'm sorry, and did we learn where we're going?
Get to.
I have my contacts within the Mafia that have infiltrated and gotten some plans. I can't tell you too much because I don't want them to catch wind. Nothing of offense to you, but I did just meet you not long ago.
And conversely, we just met you. And if you have ties to the Mafia, how do we know that it's not a relationship where you're tied to the Mafia and using us for protection against other parties? How do we
Vicar.
know the threat is real?
Yep.
You know of Alara? You've never really met her before until the casino encounter, but the Mindweaver has spoken of her before, and there's no way that someone gets to be a mastermind within the Underhand without,
Yeah.
going through the same steps and processes that you would have to go through, or the Mindweaver would have to go through.
She's not with the Mafia. She's with the Underhand. I was with the Mafia, and you guys trust me, and I am with the Underhand now. I know she's with the Underhand. I can vouch for her.
All right. That's good enough for me.
I'll be your eyes in the sky, Alara.
Thank you. So she gestures to her butler, who then comes and brings you some drinks. There's a variety of different drinks that you can choose from anything from ale to liquor to tea. Even some juices for Vicar because he's a little boy.
Hey, I'm gonna take the tea.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like,
She also gestures to a maid, and she says, "Bridget, darling, would you please come and get us some sandwiches of some sort?"
Little boy
And
with a big
she
dick.
bows gracefully, does a little curtsy, and then goes off and makes you guys some sandwiches, comes back. She just kind of looks at you and says, "Well, the mansion is at your disposal to make sure that everything is in order and, that I am safe. I don't know how this whole protection thing works. I've never really needed to do it before, but I did hire some guards," and she gestures outside to the lightly armored sentinels. "I hired some guards to make sure that no one actually gets in the place, but if they do, I would need your help in making sure that I'm safe."
Okay. I think the key to us protecting you is us staying close. Me especially.
Cringe.
She looks
Yo,
at you
shut
and-
the fuck up, Vic. No, I'm just kidding.
She looks at you and goes, "I don't think I'd be opposed to that."
we may not
We
be
need
opposed to it, but actually have the exact opposite. Have any disguises we?
Am I sat next to Vicar right now?
Are you? That's up to you to decide.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna lean
Firebolt.
back. No. I'm just gonna lean back and then just like on the back of Vicar's chair where he's sat, I'm just gonna make like a big brown smudge. Just like on the back of his chair. On the cushion.
All right.
Alright.
Go ahead and roll a sleight of hand check for me.
What did you use? Poop? What is
Yeah,
happening?
can I check? Can
Yeah,
I?
roll
Well, I mean,
perception check.
depends
yeah,
on
yeah.
passive
All
perception.
right, I'm gonna use my actual dice here because I keep forgetting.
Do it on screen. Do it on screen.
Yeah, here we go.
Nat 1.
I got a 9 plus. Hang on.
9 plus -2.
Well, if it's not
Plus
8,
4.
it doesn't matter.
Plus
So
4.
wait, real quick, is passive
Yeah,
perception
no.
if it's the same? Do we?
13.
I'm gonna say for this one, it's just a check that Vicar needs to make. So this is like a contested, perception versus.
Yeah, I
sleight of
got
hand check for this one.
13.
13. What did you get?
I got a 16.
16. All right. You don't notice. Roll an intelligence check for me after you do this, Kaiser. It's just your base intelligence modifier.
Oh
What are you
man, I
making a
got
brown
a
smudge
5.
with?
Okay.
By the way?
I want
make
to
it
know.
a-
I have something for it.
Oh,
Make
okay.
it a nature check, actually.
Prestidigitation.
Something like that.
Even better.
Yo, that's also terrible. 8.
Hey, okay. Yeah. You don't seem to recall a very crucial part
Birds
of
don't
bird
shit brown.
anatomy. Yeah, yeah, which is that bird shit is not brown. But you don't remember that. So this is a very clever
Correct.
plan in your eyes.
Okay. Yeah, that's valid.
That being said, she just kind of gestures to the surrounding mansion as if you guys have free reign of the place and it's up to you to decide how you're going to protect her best, and she's just sitting there.
That was back to my question. Have any guys?
Disguises for who?
Mainly whoever has one, if they disguise as her.
Well, I can
Hmm.
disguise,
As
but
a
I don't
woman?
know how well I could. I'm a small creature. I don't know how well I could disguise as somebody.
It's not up to you. It's up to your dice.
I was mainly thinking Kazir if guys sell.
I actually do not. At least not right
Would
now.
I be able to disguise myself as Alara?
Um,
As a
No.
bird?
No,
Yeah, I was
that's,
gonna say.
that's a
Yeah.
bit of a stretch.
Put the hands up in my hair.
Unless she wore the same, like, covered cloak as me, and there wasn't much showing, but
I would like to try and persuade Alara to get completely naked and give us her clothes right now.
She has other
Can you-
clothes.
Is it possible for you to roll a 30?
I have a +5, so no.
So that's a no. So I'm not even gonna let you roll because it's not worth it. It's not happening.
I tried, boys. Don't ever say I didn't do anything for you.
Hmm.
I think decoys are usually optimal. If you want to buy someone's safety.
Alara, do you know of anybody with similar descriptions to you that we could use as decoys?
Get Bridget. I look at Bridget.
Is Bridget packing?
She just looks at you and says, I think I'm rather unique in the way I look.
I think so too. It doesn't have to be dead on.
Identical.
Just a attractive woman with lots of tattoos, dark hair.
Big tit?
I'm just gonna like raise an eyebrow and look over at Vicar.
She similarly raises an eyebrow and looks at Vicar.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah. This is just Alara. She looks at you and just says, I want to stick with my plan of going on a carriage ride tomorrow in the city, but perhaps I can give you another specific piece of information. We're going to be headed down more towards. And hang on, give me a second. I need to look up where exactly you guys are. It's where you guys were headed for the what's it called? More towards the west ward.
Hmm.
And what's in the West Ward?
The Mafia.
Is that my neck of the woods nearby, right?
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
you'd be familiar with the West Ward, how it used to be. Since it's changed, you're not as familiar with it anymore.
Yeah.
But you'd still know the streets.
But if we could, what I'd like to do, it's a little bit of walking, but I think if you want to care about your life, way, I'd like to have handmaiden or maid, someone try their best to in-person carriage ride. Things a little get there.
So,
Aged.
where would I be in this situation?
Well, I think what we could do is we get one carriage to go ahead with the decoy, go maybe a minute or two up ahead with maybe one of us in that, and then we take you in a second carriage further behind.
So
Or she can just walk next to the first.
a decoy me and a decoy carriage?
A decoy you and a decoy carriage. It might not be the cheapest, but I'm sure your safety is worth any price, right?
Yes. In fact, it is. Roll an insight check when she says that.
Buddy?
No, not everybody.
Well, mine's not good.
Well, you're the one rolling it.
Yep.
Yeah, no insight.
All right.
Yeah,
Nothing. You didn't.
I got a 4.
4. Yeah, no.
I have
yeah,
a
so
plus
she-
6.
Yeah, that's. I'm gonna let that just be a Kaiser check for this one because she was
If-
talking more specifically to Kaiser's plan.
If they attack a decoy carriage, it is a safe way to know that they're after you because you wouldn't even be in the vicinity.
True, but if we split, then whoever's in that decoy carriage has to handle the attack.
I don't
by
agree with
We
splitting.
don't have
I
to
think
split. Maybe we don't have to split, but it at least
Yep.
gives us some time to get ready for an attack.
I would want her just walking.
I was gonna
Get
say,
up,
are there
that's-
guards here?
There are a couple of lightly armored guards. It looks like they're more of like a mercenary thing.
Mhm.
Might even
they
be
could go
members
with
of
the
Forge
first
Guild.
carriage.
I was gonna say, what if we send them with the first carriage? Vicar, you can tail up.
No, I don't think we should split.
No. You.
No, we're not. The
you'll
guards
be-
go with her.
Yes.
That would look staged.
So-
That was a good stage.
We'll go with her. The guards
Mm.
will go with the fake carriage.
Yep.
And if the other carriage gets attacked, we'll figure it out. Even if it's not immediate, we'll know.
I would like to
Yeah.
value the tree. Like to protect them and make sure.
That's up
It's
to
an
the
ideal.
guards. They have guards.
Yeah.
I like this plan.
Yeah, I think even if Vicar flies up in the air and then you can let us know if anything happens to the first carriage. Because we should be far enough behind that we're not in clear
That's
eyesight.
kind of what I was thinking of.
So it seems like your guys' plan is just to have a decoy carriage with one decoy Alara, the real Alara in the back carriage, guards guarding the front carriage, and you guys guarding the second carriage.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Vicar, if you wouldn't mind, could you carry like nuts or rocks? Drop one, we know she's safe, or drop a shit ton, however many you got, like just drop a bunch and be like, okay, shit's going in the fan.
I could just fly down and tell you.
I think that might work better.
I mean, it might
Not
not.
gonna lie.
I like the nut idea. Not gonna lie.
I think nuts are better than rocks. I'm just thinking about a rock going through the roof of the carriage.
I don't. How far you guys are gonna see some nuts
s-
falling from the sky?
We're
You
gonna
drop
hear
them
the
next to us.
Hear
pitter-patter
them.
on the
Yeah, but
carriage.
if I'm that close, can I just fly down and tell you?
If
Why you gotta be difficult? Just drop the nuts.
I don't. You guys are being overly complicated. I don't
Just drop
understand.
nuts. It's not hard.
You can drop these nuts.
All right, we're gonna Elmo this situation.
Yeah, please.
Make a decision, guys. Nuts or no nuts, right now.
Roll a d20
Okay.
right now, John.
How
Roll a
about
D20.
this?
No,
How about
wait.
wait? How about this? Forget the nuts. Forget Vicar even going out there. I'll use a familiar to keep eyes out for us.
Fine.
Okay.
I rolled an 11 for no nuts.
I don't even know.
know
what
that. So yeah, I think let's go with the familiar idea.
That's a good idea.
Kazir, that is going to take what 20 gold piece worth of incense.
10 of charcoal and herbs, but I already have it because we got it for last time.
Okay, so just mark off 10 gold if you didn't already when you bought the stuff.
Yeah, no, I already have the stuff. I just have to delete it.
All right, then you're good to go. You got a little familiar. What is your familiar?
I'm thinking some sort of bird. Let's see what I can actually do.
how much money do you have?
Me? Absolutely nothing. I have 5 copper.
Wait, that's
So-
all your money?
Wow.
That's all my money because I'm getting spells. I have no money, and I'm
That's
not
what I could
borrowing
tell.
more off you guys. So I'm just like,
Yeah, here.
I'm
take,
living for
take,
freebies right now.
That's what I say. Take 10
Lady,
for the.
Lady Alara looks at you and says, "That does bring me to a point, though. I mean, I am going to pay you for this.
How much
700 gold pieces."
each?
Don't. I knew you were gonna say it. No, not each.
It's not.
Don't insult her like that.
Yeah, she just
700 gold would be nice though.
so she just looks at you when you say each with a raised eyebrow and goes, I can go to 600 gold piece.
700's good.
So wait, you
Don't
said
listen to my friend.
you said 600 and something else as I Kazir back at her.
Wait,
I think
what?
we're both
Seven-
gonna just
Yeah,
ignore
700
that.
gold is
100
fine.
gold prostitute? Damn.
700 gold is fine. Thank you, Alara.
Okay, so back to the plan.
Yep.
I will get us a raven, and I'll use that to scout out.
Don't take money from you.
So
Keep the 10.
He already has the stuff.
Okay.
Already has
Yeah, I
that.
have the
Go
stuff
there.
for this one. I bought it last time.
Hey, that's
for
what
the
I'm taking.
sake of
My money.
moving
Okay,
things
okay,
a little
okay.
bit further, you guys have a plan
Thanks.
now.
Yep.
Yeah.
The rest of the day, you guys got there pretty early in the morning. You're just kind of bumming around the mansion, making sure she's protected, but it's kind of quiet. There's not a lot to do. You're almost bored, but the promise of 700 gold piece kind of looms over your head like, wow, that's pretty good money, even just for sitting around. So you just kind of do your own thing.
I help myself to the kitchen.
You what?
I help myself to the kitchen.
Yeah, you are welcome to.
I'd like to ask Alara if she needs.
She doesn't really. Actually, you know what? She sets each of you, Cassian. She asks you if you would be willing to attend and train some of the guards outside
Damn
with
it, I was
Sid.
going to say that. Okay, sick.
She looks at the two of you guys and is like, I don't know. The guards might need a little bit of whipping into shape, if you know what I mean. So
I'm going to look straight at Cassian's hip and say, we got you covered.
Cassian just taps his hip. Mm-hmm.
So the two of you guys are kind of set to going out and training the guards. She looks at Kai and she just says, "Is there anything that you're particularly good at?"
Herbs. Brewing.
Herbs?
Blowing
If you-
fire.
If you wouldn't mind attending the cook, I would love to have you. I would love
Hey, yo,
to
Dragon, what that tongue do?
I would love to have you join the chef in the back and perhaps help him with some of his brew.
Yeah. Back.
We do. He would be more than happy to show you all of that.
Yeah, I think all the fire breathing burnt out his taste buds, so you might want to stick to the herbs with this one. He is good at that though.
Noted. She looks at Vicar and says, "Is there anything that a member of the Underhand is particularly good at?"
Oh, telling
Shitting.
stories and
Shitting his pants.
well, you know the other things.
Well, if you wouldn't mind maybe just keeping a lookout, flying ahead, making sure no one's coming in or closing in from other areas. I don't know.
Yeah.
He gives
Sounds
good
good.
back rubs.
And before I walk off, I'm gonna. Kazir's gonna stay with you.
Yes, I think having at least one of you right next to me might be a good thing, just to make sure if everything else fails, you know.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So all of this progresses going late into the night. The guards need a lot of whipping into shape. They're not really very skilled at what they do. Fairly obviously just kind of people who threw on some armor and a sword and called themselves guards, basically. So you guys have your work cut out there. Vicar, you've been perched on top of the mansion for hours. You fly around every now and then, making sure everything's okay, everything's looked after. Kai, there is a lot of herbs to pick. In fact, I would say go ahead and give yourself another 50 gold piece worth of herbs for your healing potions. And that's for you to keep. And you also are starting the process of helping the chef brew some ale so he doesn't have to go out and buy it. And you're showing him some new recipes and whatnot.
I'll show him my signature recipe.
Yep. So it's starting to get pretty late. While you are distracted, Alara approaches you, Kazir, and leans in close. Her voice a sultry whisper. Kazir, darling, would you help me with something? I think there's something that needs a little elven touch.
Okay, I'm not gonna. I'm okay with like this happening for my character, but I don't know if I'm gonna like RP it out. I'm not gonna lie.
Alright.
Show
This
us
is
your
more.
dick.
No,
You don't
I'm
need to
sorry,
roll for it
boys.
up.
Yeah.
I did
Kazur
write something up.
consents.
I did write something up to go into. If it will make you too uncomfortable, I won't do it. But
Like you can read it, but I'm just not gonna like RP this out because that's
no,
just
that's
too
fine.
much for me.
That's
Come on,
fine.
the
Like,
boys
Kazur
are all
consents.
here, bro. Nothing to be
Kazur
ashamed
consents,
of.
bro.
You feel Kazur. You feel Alara's magnetic presence. Her low-cut dress accentuating her standout features. Her eyes sparkle with mischief as she takes your hand, leading you away from the main gathering to an opulent bathroom. She shows you this bathroom cast by candlelight. The shadows in this bathroom cast by candlelight dance upon her figure, creating an immaculate atmosphere. Her dark blue dress shimmers in the warm light. She looks at you and says, Kazur, you have such a way with magic. Would you do me the honor of showing me a little spell? Just a glimpse of your power? I would love to see some magic up close. And I'm going to assume, since you don't want to RP this out, you'd cast a cantrip or something and do a little sparkle.
Yeah, dude. I get my mage hand and I just flicker clip right there. No. You can go.
Nice.
Tribe.
So you feel a tinge of playfulness in her request, and your heartbeat quickens. Her lips curl into a coy smile. You see, Kazur, I simply can't take a bath every night. I simply have to take a bath every night if I wish to have a hope of getting to sleep. I was hoping that my hired help might be able to assist me in all those hard-to-reach places. Maybe you could cast a spell with your special wand. And I'm going to need you to roll a performance check before we fade to black for the night.
Yo, my mouth is agape. Fully agape. Oh my god, with that wand. A performance check, bro. That's charisma. We're talking dexterity here, surely.
No, this is a performance check.
Whoa.
I'm sorry. What did you roll for cock size? I'm just wondering.
15.
No. The first time.
It's how we use it.
What is he?
boys. It's
I
how
don't
we use
remember.
it.
I think no. Him and I, the first time him and I, we both rolled a 6.
So what
Yeah,
did you
I
roll for your
remember that.
performance check, Kazur?
15 on performance, middle of the road on size. That's a good experience right there, if you ask me.
That's
You know
above
what I mean?
average, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the rest of you guys gather together to try to take a long rest. There are rooms prepared. The different maids and butlers show you different places that you guys can go to sleep. You do notice that Kazur is nowhere to be found. And in the morning, Alara looks rather content. And she approaches the rest of you. Kazur, did you end up finding your own bedroom later on in the night or no?
We'll say no.
All right.
Yeah.
You see Alara and Kazur walk out of one bedroom as the rest of you guys are starting to get ready and get out of bed.
I wouldn't say I like openly just walked out of the bedroom at the same time, but like I would have probably have slipped out earlier in the morning. I am on guard duty, but
Okay.
yeah.
You are an elf too, which would allow you to perhaps be up before anyone other than Numat, but unfortunately for him, he's not here to make fun of you.
Yeah. So I would say I'm just awake doing guard duty when everyone gets up.
Yep. So you guys all get up. You see Kazur on duty, having a cigarette.
Oh yeah.
What are you guys doing?
While we were training the soldiers to fight the day prior before Kazur got his dipstick done, Cassian and Sid probably would have spent some time alone working on some battle maneuvers.
Yes. Agreed.
Sid, you know that with this whip I have a bit of reach. We could probably strategize and work together for this.
I was thinking, kind of thinking back on our last fight. We could utilize me more. And what I mean by that is not having you fight your own fight by yourself. A unified front, if you will.
That makes sense to me.
And the reason I say that is during the last fight, we took a beating when I think we could have performed a lot better if we worked together.
You do have
Cassian,
a shield.
Cassian unbuttons his shirt and exposes a long scar that runs from the left side of his rib cage across perpendicular with his ribs, and then hooks sharply up to the center of his chest. And he says, "I'd certainly say so."
Let's avoid more of that. I like the idea you have. I'm not familiar with whips, so I trust you. So long as you don't take an ear or an arm, I'm good with whatever you want to try.
Here, let me show you something. And Cassian motions to one of the guards to stand out in front of Sid. Sid, hold up your shield above your head and watch what I can do.
So Sid grabs hold of his shield and kind of props it up in a normal stance, like facing the guard.
And
You wanna-
Cassian will take his whip and whip the front of the shield from behind, standing behind Sid, and the whip kind of curves around the shield and then hits the guard in the chest, and he looks like he's stunned for a moment. And anyone who's paying attention would know that what Cassian is doing is using his sentinel feat and changing the movement speed of the guard to 0, but using using Sid's shield as a fulcrum to be able to reach a little bit further and reach out and grab a hold of the guard.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's dope.
You
Very,
bounce
very
it
cool.
off his shield?
Yeah, imagine the shield is like a fulcrum, and the whip kind of wraps around it and changes direction. Is able to hit the guard at an off angle instead of
Yeah.
directly head on.
Very cool. So, you guys continue to practice like this for a few hours into the morning, and I'm going to say you guys can continue to practice this until you actually go off to do your afternoon carriage ride extravaganza, if you wish.
I'd like to ask
Yeah.
both Cassian and like, do they look any better? Do they look more up to task?
Think of shit, but less shit. I
They
say
can
that
certainly
not out
take a
loud.
beating. We've proven that much.
I say that in the confidence of Kai's presence.
Yeah.
It's-
Kai, you have some military background. You look at these guards, they're bad. They're not very good.
They look pitiful.
Yeah. I mean, they at least know some basic stances now, thanks to the help of Sid and Cassian, but nothing to what your par would be.
Where I come from, they would not pass as guardsmen. We'll call it that, but it'll do the job for the diversion.
All right. So, you guys wait until around the afternoon, and Alara comes out of her room again and addresses you all. And then a different Alara comes out and addresses you all. There are 2 of them now,
Like identical?
identical.
Well done, Alara.
Which is which?
They're both.
You know, I think that for the purposes of this, one of them says, and the other one says, it's probably better for not even you guys to know.
That's a risk that you put in your own hands. Just
Yeah.
so you know, we're gonna cover
Alara,
the
I would like to
Alara in our-
suggest I would like to suggest something to you.
Both of them look at you.
You are the leader of this house. That much is apparent. If the real Alara would be open to shrouding herself, perhaps in a dark cloak, we could hide you away and draw all of the targeting to your duplicate. It would be safer for you in the long run, and we would know where you are at all times. Would make our jobs just a wee bit easier.
We all
And-
should know which one is which so that we can protect you better.
Mhm.
No offense to your guards, but I don't think they're quite at the same caliber as we are. You want us near you. That's what you're paying us 700 gold for.
Not only that, if there is an incident with the first cart that we have to intervene with, knowing whether that's the real Alara or not and putting our lives at risk is going to make a difference for us.
one of the Alaras, roll a persuasion check, guys, because she's pretty steadfast in how she thinks this is going to be a good idea. But you guys
Everyone?
are talking her out of it. One of you guys roll with advantage because you're all kind of pitching in for this.
I have +5 to
Go- y-
persuasion.
You do it, John.
I also have +5, but attaboy, I'm helping you. Roll double
Alright.
dice, baby.
Okay. I roll.
On screen.
Yes,
in
yes, yes,
HD.
yes, I am, I am,
HD.
I
If
am,
it's
I
not
am.
HD, I send it back.
Oh, so I got yeet on my first one, which
Yeah,
is
That's a
a
nat
nat
20,
20.
baby.
Yep.
Nat
Plus
20.
5.
One of the Alaras goes, I suppose you have a point, walks up to Kazar and plants a kiss square on the mouth. And then she just
7.
hugs onto his arm.
I'll kind of whisper to her, I kind of like there being two of you.
Hey, Shadowheart disapproves.
Ooh.
as you say that, the other Alara blushes.
I mean, that was a whisper, but like, sure.
Okay, yeah. Then never mind. You can't really read her emotions when you say that.
Valid.
Cassian just holds out his whip. You can use it at any time.
It was a whisper, fam.
700. Well, we saw the kiss and the hug. 700 gold is a lot for a call boy, huh?
Let's get moving here, folks. We're burning daylight and
Yeah.
getting distracted.
So you guys get in your positions and you start taking the carriage ride. She is where you want her to be, which is in the back, I'm assuming.
Yes, and before we set off, as we get her into the carriage, I'm gonna walk over to Kazar and kind of like stop him for a second and say, "Hey, listen, I don't really care what's going on, but I want to make sure your head's clear in the event of us getting into trouble. I don't need you being cloudy out there."
I know what we have to do. Our team comes first, but we have a job to protect
This
this
man's
girl.
got that
Yep.
post-nut clarity, don't you worry.
As long as your head's clear, I'm fine.
My man's seeing the future right now.
I have no reason not to
God
trust your
damn.
judgment, so I trust it. Just don't give me a reason to change that.
Don't betray me.
I'll make sure I'm there when you need me.
That's all I ask.
You guys. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, man, they just tap the cart.
Kazar has a point of exhaustion for sure, right? At least one.
For
15?
For sex?
That
Bro.
D6.
Yeah.
Nah, man,
Performance?
that's not
That was
an
easy.
exhaustion.
No.
That was
With a-
easy.
if it was a nat 1, absolutely. But he,
Thank God I didn't bug her.
Jesus Christ.
You would get disadvantage because of your size 1 dick, unfortunately.
Damn.
And your celibacy.
Yeah. Also that.
All right.
Also that.
yeah. So Kazar's fine. He's maybe got a little bit of a grin on his face, but other than that, he still is fairly stoic self. You guys make your way. Josh, would you mind pulling up the map?
Jacob.
Yeah.
What do these carts look
Yeah.
like? Are they like proper like mid-century?
Or
They're like
trail.
opulent.
Wagons? Like
They're like
covered wagons?
opulent carriages.
Like enclosed? Yeah, I gotcha.
enclosed.
Like
Like
Game of
early
Thrones-esque?
century entry, like
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
They are very nice. Both of them are
Did
very
they-
nice.
Do they have seats in the front and the back as well, or is it like do they have like carriage shotgun seats at the front and the back, and then the main cabin, or is it
It's just at the front and then the main cabin,
okay?
which is enough to seat 4.
2 inside, 2 outside.
No, 4 inside, 2 outside.
Who is in Foundry right now? Who needs to join in?
Oh,
I'm
I
in
am
here.
not-
To join
I
in.
am not there, so.
I'm not there. Yeah.
Yep,
my bad.
everyone
Yeah,
log into Foundry.
I'll probably be inside because I'm going to be like using my Raven to fly around. So
Using that mage hand, alright.
I can
Shit, bro.
multitask.
Like that, just straight in the cabin. God damn, we're right here.
Is it the latest one in the Foundry stuff tab?
It should be. I'll repost just in case.
It should be the same,
It's
exactly.
the pinned one. Yeah,
It
just go.
Yeah, I
doesn't
just
work
got in.
for
It's the
me
same
for
one.
whatever reason.
Use the pinned one. It should work.
Ah, there we go. Yes, thank you.
Wait, is Newmont supposed to be here?
New mod is. Yeah, it's fine. I'll do this.
Not twerking.
Like, I'd like Newmont, but like
Newmont's got
he's,
that dragon.
he's
flu
chilling at
or
home.
Whatever the hell it is.
All right, and just as a refresher, 1 square
5 feet.
is
5
5 feet. Yep.
Excellent.
Okay.
So
I
your
am-
character will move in chunks, and one chunk, which should be the grid size. I think I fixed it for this map.
Yep.
Should be
Yes.
5
It looks good, yeah.
Huh.
Are you hung?
I cannot seem to log in. Okay, wait, hang on. Now it's letting me. Okay.
Joe,
yeah,
did you say you're in the carriage?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do this, and then we'll just have to take movement out for when you move out of the carriage.
Yeah, and Josh, that's not going to be the carriage. We're just going to use theater of the mind for the carriage part of this.
Yeah.
Whoever's
Okay.
in the carriage is going to, like that. That is a carriage that's an obstruction in the road.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, that's something that's just there. So you guys are all lined up and ready to go as you're walking down. I need
Oh yeah.
someone to make a perception check for me with advantage.
If I do that, I'm good.
I'm plus
We'll,
4.
we'll perceive, one of y'all. We'll perceive.
Oh my! It's actual ear cancer.
Perceiving my dragon eyes.
Oh, that's. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to have that on.
Are we doing 2 checks here? Like, am I gonna do a check? And they're also, I
Oh,
guess it
just
doesn't
with
matter. It's an
advantage.
18.
Did
And
with
a-
advantage?
And yeah, you get one person roll with advantage in place of the entire party rolling.
18.
Tie, correct?
18.
18. Give me a real quick second here while I see what's going on with this.
See what there is to see at Miami Seaquarium. John, have you gotten Miami Seaquarium ads yet?
No.
Oh my god! Wait till that theme song hits, bro. It's gonna be stuck in your head for days.
I have been getting Florida-based ads though.
Mar-a-Lago is better.
Oh god.
Dude, that's so cringe. Oh
It
my
is.
god, it's so.
I mean, it's better than
It
the
literally
girl
sounds
voice
like him.
does.
The judge said that Mar-a-Lago was worth 18 million, and Trump said that it was worth 1.5 billion.
What?
I swear to God, bro, that's real. It's so
Oh my
crazy.
god.
Guess what the name of the AI tool
I thought
is
he
for
was
him?
bad with.
All right, so
45, baby.
with your roll, you will not be surprised by what's about to happen because you see someone a split second before things go south. Simultaneously, the carriage in front of you explodes.
Well,
And the carriage that you guys are looking after is pelted with at least 6 arrows at once. There is an uproar of all of the guards. There's mass chaos and panic as there are some what look like shadowy figures jumping from the rooftop down to try to attack the carriage and the guards that are guarding it, as well as 3 people who are targeting your carriage.
Guess you don't need me to drop any nuts.
Everyone roll initiative. But wait, hang on. Before you do.
Fuck.
Okay,
Nice
I
jam.
guess I said it too late.
what?
Yep.
If
I
I
also
pull
rolled
up
wrong
the
thing.
if I pull up the encounter, you guys can actually roll and it automatically adds it for me, so I don't have to do it manually.
Oh,
I can do mine on here.
I could re-roll. Trust
No,
me.
if you rolled, we're taking the roll.
I forgot to roll
Um,
my real dice
My
again, but I got a
stats aren't on
21.
here though.
Oh, gee.
Okay, Cassian,
I know. I keep
did you
forgetting.
roll?
Yeah, 23.
23. Kai.
Am I rolling? Did you want me to do it or wait?
Yeah, click the initiative button and it will roll it for you automatically.
Act like that. Well, yeah, I wasn't sure if you. God, fuck. 8.
Okay,
Damn.
Sid, did you roll already?
I did. It is a 9.
Zoink, Scoob. Newmont is not here. Vicar,
21.
21.
21.
And
Where
do me,
is the
do me a
initiative?
favor, Zen, and
Yep.
get rid of the Cassian copy in our campaign. It is. There's a Cassian copy in our campaign for some reason.
Wow.
I'm not seeing what you're seeing, Brother Bean.
All right, I will find a way to fix that later then.
Oh, I see that.
Where do
only
you roll
this
for
one.
initiative in Foundry?
Underneath.
You don't roll in Foundry, you roll in D&D Beyond.
Oh,
Oh, well, I did do that. Yeah.
I think it was.
So up first is going to be Cassie and Josh. You can show them the guy that is closest to them. Actually, they can see everybody at this point because they rolled high enough.
Technically, my vision says otherwise.
I can't move
There.
my character, by the way.
It's paused.
Yeah, it's paused. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. So we're gonna have you guys had Cassian in the front riding shotgun, right?
I probably would have been, up front for sure.
Okay, so move him down 2 spaces, please, Josh.
It's Cassian can do it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say that for the sake of yeah, that's good enough. Sid, were you also up front with Cassian?
Yes.
So you guys are kind of riding shotgun for this carriage. Kazir was inside the carriage. I'm going to say Kai was over here by the side, and Vicar, I'm going to put you over here on this rooftop.
Okay.
Because you were trying to be a lookout. So this is your guys' arrangement. Cassian, you are up first.
Okay. Is the carriage still moving forward at this point, or have we come to a standstill?
You're the one in the shotgun seat. You're the one who decides if the carriage is still going or not.
Okay, would it be an action to stop the carriage?
No, I wouldn't say it would be an action to.
Okay, as this thing kicks off, I pull the reins of the horses and slow everybody up.
Okay.
With my quick verbal communication, I'm gonna lean down back behind me and rap on the window twice. Not that he didn't hear the explosion, but just as a insurance policy to Kazir. And I will stand up on the seat and ready my whip in case anyone comes within a 10-foot reach of the carriage.
Okay. You do that. Vicar, your turn.
Okay, I can't see the guy right here, right?
No, you as a character cannot see that.
Yeah, okay, but I can see this guy. Okay. I will shoot this bad man with bow.
Okay, go ahead and shoot bad man with bow.
Okay. So I will roll to hit with dice, actual dice. And I get or somebody return these, they're defective.
What did you roll?
I got a 3 plus what's my plus to hit? +6, so I got a 9.
Misses. The arrow whizzes right past this wizard-looking guy. He looks kind of young to be doing this. With his brash, young, arrogant self, he flips you off and prepares to cast a spell.
I am going to. There's no cover up here on this roof, I'm assuming.
No.
So can I drop off behind these boxes?
Yeah, bonus action hide.
Yep.
Okay.
Quick question on the battlefield here. We have him, her, and I can see a bit of this. I don't know if I actually know if I see
I'm
that.
gonna call out the mage's location and that it looks like a mage.
You saw Vicar fire in a direction.
Yep.
Your intuition would assume that there's somebody there.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Mage on the right.
Heartbird.
That's going to end Vicar's turn. All right. So, the archer on the rooftop. Go ahead and roll a stealth check for me.
Me?
Ooh. Which one?
What'd you roll?
Who's rolling it? Is it me?
Vicar, the one who
Okay.
hid.
Yeah, it is a 13 plus 6, so a 19.
I rolled terribly for her to try to perceive that you hid, so she can't see you at the moment. She's going to shoot at. Okay, I'm gonna roll to see if she tries to hit for Cassian or Sid. Evens, it's Cassian. That's a 7. She goes for Sid.
Okay. Bitch.
It's an 11 to hit. That's gonna miss.
Yes, it is.
And a 13 to hit, which is going to miss. And a 20 to hit, which actually is going to hit.
That will hit.
All right. Minimum damage. Man, that feels kind of bad.
How do I get 3 attacks? God damn.
Yep. Well, there's only 3 of them, and there's like 5 of you, so they're gonna be a little bit beefier. She hits you and does 5 points of piercing damage as the arrow sinks right in the weak point between where your breastplate, piece of armor, and your pauldron would be.
God, that was
You fucking bitch.
right. Your adrenaline would be pumping.
She is also going to use her archer's eye as a bonus action, which deals wait, hang on. Okay, she's gonna have to do that on her next turn because I forgot to say that she was doing that beforehand. So she doesn't do that. It is the roguish fellow's turn that Vicar could not see. He is going to throw a smoke bomb, which is he can throw a smoke bomb up to 20 feet away. The bomb explodes on impact, creating a cloud of black smoke that fills a 10-foot radius sphere. The area within the cloud is heavily obscured. A strong wind disappears the cloud. Otherwise, it remains until the end of his next turn. So he is going to throw that. That's going to cover 5, 10, 15. So it's going to cover all of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to. You are heavily obscured, Cassian. Do you have anything that allows you to see in darkness or see?
No,
through?
I am a human, brother Bean. I'm
Okay,
blind as a
you don't-
bat.
You don't have any blind sight or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. He's going to run up here. And
I can't call him out for him
y-
as I see him running up.
you don't see him running up.
Because you're obscured.
Wait, are we like blind or obscured?
All of heavily obscured is effectively the blinded condition.
Yeah, you're in a giant
Gotcha.
cloud
Oh,
of
okay.
smoke, essentially.
You can't see anything. This guy has something specific that allows him to see in this.
I'm
Gotcha.
guessing there's not smoke inside the cabin though.
There is not, but you cannot see outside of the cabin.
Yeah, fair, but
So he is going to roll a 21 to hit. A 15 to hit. And a 21 to hit.
15. If it matches armor class, it does hit, correct?
If it matches armor class, it does hit.
Okay. Hit me with that damage, big boy.
Give me a second here.
You want a Badoop?
Abodoop.
This cat is so fucking cute.
The cat?
Yeah, with the armor.
I know, he's adorable, bro. He's a little tabaxi.
Now that I see it,
Okay. So that's going to be
Oh yeah, he has 6. I have 6 limbs.
Yeah.
so Cassian, that is going to be 20 points of damage.
Fuck me.
Damn!
That is
That would-
his once per day smoke bomb feature. So
That would practically kill me. This is why I hide.
I
I would have
Um,
7 health.
and that is going to end his. Actually, you know what? Josh, can you take him off the map again?
Take who off the map?
Yeah, take this guy out. Well, I guess I can do it here. Can they see it if I do that?
No.
He's can't see him.
Oh yeah, so he effectively did the same thing that Vicar did. He attacked and then hid, so you guys don't know where he is. If you make a successful perception check on your turn, you might be able to see where he is.
Got it.
Okay.
Quick question: if we were to climb these roofs, would we see the black space that's hidden? Like there's hidey spots over here.
No.
Over
The
here.
black is the.
It's like
You
a
would
little alleyway. So you would need
Okay.
your character to be like, if I'm moving Vicar's character, if he was
Yeah.
right here, he could see the guy that was hiding in this area.
Okay.
I actually
Um,
can't.
Yeah, I know you can't, but
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like
yeah.
for theater of the mind
Got it,
stuff, it's
got it,
effectively
got it,
the same
got
thing as you being like
Right.
here.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that is going to end his turn. Sid, it is your turn.
My turn.
Are you gonna do the thing?
I'm not. I want
You're
to
not gonna
move.
perception check?
I mean, well, okay. If I perception check, that's not an action, correct?
It's not, but you're blinded, so you
Correct. So
wouldn't
that's
be
what I'm
able
thinking
to.
of right now. So if I move first, I can still do that after, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So 1, 2, and diagonal is 5 or 10.
Yep.
Diagonal's 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 5 is 25. So if I moved here,
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check with advantage.
okay. Perception. First one is a nat 20.
Okay. Let me go grab the guy real
He's
quick.
right in front of you.
Wait, is he really?
No way.
Yeah, there's not too many places to hide
Yo.
around here, so yep.
Clang that man, Tony.
I thought he was hiding in the smoke.
Yeah, he's right there.
Wow.
My boy is right in front of me, isn't he?
Found your mother.
All right. So the group is going to see Sid kind of like twerk his head left and mutter something,
Right.
and then he's gonna kind of like take a step back and say, "That's enough," and he's going to activate his change state, and Sid is going to start that black ooze that you guys saw last session is going to start enveloping his pores and cover his body. He's going to grow to 8 feet in size, and essentially a dark veiny ooze is going to
What
cover his
in
body.
the fuck is that?
Slenderman.
So you guys don't see this. When the smoke clears,
Oh, okay.
all you will see is a giant black mass of ooze that is a humanoid form that looks, quite frankly, horrifying with very razor sharp teeth.
The venom.
Is there anything else that you would like to add, Sid?
Right now, no.
All right. So you activate your form that takes your action. What are you doing?
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to bite the guy in front of me,
All right, go ahead and roll to hit.
which is a hit is a 20.
20's gonna hit for sure.
And damage is a 11.
11. Yeah, that's a decent chunk of damage. This guy still looks fairly good, but yeah, that was a pretty hefty bite that you just did to him. And he is, you changed within 5 feet of him.
Yes.
All right. I need to make a charisma saving throw for this guy. That's a nat 1. So he is frightened of you, which means you technically get advantage. So roll again for that bite attack just to see if you get a nat 20.
For
the bite attack, just
the
roll a
hit
d20.
DC? Oh, roll a d20. Okay.
Yep, just roll a d20. Tell me what the number is.
D20 is a 10.
Yeah, no. So you still hit, you still do that, and he is scared of you. Is that going to end your turn?
That is, yeah, bonus action is done. Yep.
Kai, your turn.
I actually get to go 8. Wow. So if I walk next to the carriage, like if I do like this, That
1, 2.
like is that like I don't know if
That's
since
10.
I'm touching it, that
No,
counts
you're
as like,
you're still good.
Yeah, you're just
So-
walking around it.
The one
yeah, it's fine.
carriage is like the line of it is right here, and this carriage is just on the map is like an obstruction. So that 5 foot clearance is the actual clearance that you would have.
$30, or no, maybe you have more. I don't know. Base is 30, right?
I'm at 4. I could, but
That would let you see the mage.
I can already see him.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking
it would
if
let you attack the mage.
I would like to.
If you got behind the ranger, you probably could.
Uh, so
Can
in
you attack diagonally?
like if I was here,
What?
Yeah.
Can you attack diagonally?
Anything within 5 feet. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. So if you were behind the, if you were here, you could.
No,
attack
yeah.
both.
I was gonna think about using.
Oh, I see.
So if we're doing a triangle geometry,
Uh-oh.
I mean, I could shoot. Does he still get hit? Like, I don't know.
If you
I
were
would say
here,
probably.
That's what I was like. I
okay,
wasn't.
yeah.
I was supposed to see if I need to stand here.
I don't really know this software as well as Josh might. I don't know how to draw a cone on here, but I think it stands within
What do you
reason
mean?
that you would. Yeah, you could hit. You'd have to move up to where Sid is though. Yeah, try a cone from that.
I mean, that
point.
looks plenty.
Yeah, if you stand right next to Sid, you can do a breath weapon.
Okay, that works.
Uh,
But they hit
It
both
won't
those.
me, you're correct.
It won't hit Sid.
No, we'll not hit Sid.
Yeah,
no.
if I didn't hit him, then I wouldn't hit. Okay, so breath weapon. Actually, wait. Yeah, I just roll it.
it is a cone.
You have to make a save. Yeah, I
Okay,
roll for
what kind of
damage.
save-
Yeah, and then
What kind of save do I make?
make Dex 12.
Dex 12.
Yep.
This guy's got a really good dex. We'll see if he makes it. Yep, he is going to make that one, and the wizard does not have a good dex. And unsurprisingly, he fails.
Bit of a roll. So it does 6 damage. So it does 6 damage to the wizard, and then we round down.
Yeah.
Well,
Um,
it's 3, so that's an even half.
Oh fuck.
So there's no rounding.
Yeah, and then archer guy.
3. Okay.
Now that is an act. Then going to walk on over here, find this guy, and then it blows him in.
All right, go ahead and roll to attack.
Is there advantage on this because he's flanking?
There
from the
is
outside?
advantage on it because he's flanking.
Number is
A 20.
it? I don't know. It has like a symbol on it. No, it's a 1
you-
actually.
Rolling IRL.
No, it's
Yeah, you get a 1 plus 6.
Yeah, it was a 7 total, which isn't going to hit.
Yeah.
and then fucking 9. Gee, God,
No,
Okay,
you
so
don't.
your first if your flurry of blows, do you get 2 attacks?
that was the first one in it. I'll do
Okay.
that. Yeah, you get 2.
There you go.
Yeah, it's gonna hit.
Hey,
Go ahead and roll
that's
damage.
better.
Finally,
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
8.
Nice.
8 points of damage. All right,
Must be 2 of those.
leaning into this guy. Is that the end of your turn?
You could roll the second one again just to see if you crit. Because you have advantage on both of them, right?
That's
That is
fair.
true.
Got a 1.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
get that bitch out of the way.
It was
you have
crit.
advan-
It was a
You
critical
have really
fail.
bad luck with rolls. I mean,
That's
you
why
rolled
I'm-
2 natural ones.
That's why I'm
Where's
buying
the
dice. They're coming like tomorrow. Hate this
So is
website.
that going to end your turn?
Yes.
Kazer, surprisingly, with a 4, you were still ahead of the wizard.
Are you
That's
kidding? I was
crazy.
wondering.
Just like last encounter, I was just relegated to be like dead last, basically. So, okay. I guess I don't really see what's going on right now. I've just been hearing stuff. So I guess I'll say, just stay in here. I'm gonna go see what's going on, and then walk out. Oh no, I'm in measurement pool.
Into the smoke.
So can't see anything.
Let's see. 5, 10.
Trips over Cassian.
I guess I'll stand here. Okay, yeah, I can see what's going on now. How is everyone looking, like, on the enemy side? Is anyone, like, bloodied or fucked up?
The rogue that is being flanked right there is getting bullied pretty hard. He is not bloodied yet, but he's hurt pretty bad.
He's not bloodied, but he's hurt. Okay.
Go for him.
I'll aim at the wizard, actually.
Right.
And I'll use... Chromatic Orb.
Oh, okay.
22.
22 is for sure going to hit the wizard.
Can you get an equal amount of
All
damage?
right. Not a lot of damage. We did 11 damage. Not,
That's
11,
good.
not bad. It's
That
not
was
bad.
fine.
It would have been a lot better, though.
11 damage. He is looking very badly hurt.
What
Okay.
is? Wait, remind me. Chromatic orb, is that? Can you pick a damage type or is that thunder? I can't remember.
You can pick
I-
a damage type.
I can. I'll pick... like, poison.
All right.
Ooh.
As you hit him, you see him coughing and sputtering. He's like coughing up blood. Again, this guy looks like a fairly young, almost kid. Doesn't look like he's supposed to be here. All right, you fucked him up pretty bad. Is that the end of your turn?
I'm gonna move, actually back through the smoke to about here to end my turn.
All right, sounds good.
Am I like, is it concealment through the smoke as well? Like, I
Yes.
don't have to be in it. Okay.
Yeah, there's only well, you don't know about the rogue guy. It seemed like he was still able to pretty effectively hit Cassian in the smoke. But the other two you would imagine probably could not see through smoke.
Okay, sweet. I'll end my turn.
All right, the wizard is up. Let's see what he can do real quick. He is going. He sees two people in front of him right now.
Both
that he
8
can
feet tall.
hit With it, he looks at the rogue who has fear in his eyes, and he's just like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And he puts his two thumbs together and puts out his fingers in a flayed motion, and fire comes erupting as he casts Burning Hands to hit all three of you, including his ally. I'm going to need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
I do disadvantage, yeah.
No, you don't do disadvantage. You just take double damage if you
Double.
fail.
Ooh, 12.
12. Let me see what the DC for this is. You just succeed. It's a 12 DC.
Damn.
So you will take full damage, but you do
Right.
not take double damage essentially
Word.
because you succeeded.
I have a question.
Yes.
If I roll a 3 and I
And
have
then
fire
dragon.
resistance,
Quarter damage?
yeah, let's
It's
like
quarter damage.
Okay, all right.
But he doesn't necessarily know that.
No, yeah, that's fine. That's what I was just asking for.
So the rogue is going to succeed. You succeed, so you're going to take quarter damage. Man, this was not as an effective spell as he was thinking it was going to be.
Kid.
What is the damage for this? Let me see. 3d6 fire damage.
Wow. I want-
So, Sid, you take 10 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Kai, you take 10 points quartered.
Oh.
So let's just call it
2?
what? Yeah.
2.
Was it
Yeah.
Okay.
You lucky bitch.
He is panicking now. There is fear in this wizard's eyes. That spell did not do as much damage as he was hoping to. And oh wait, the other guy takes 5 points. You see the rogue take 5 points of fire damage as well, as he screams out in pain and fear with this being surrounded. This ambush wasn't going how he was expecting it to.
I'd have been like, toasty.
All right, we are back at the top of initiative. Cassidy, it's your turn.
Oh boy, here we go.
Get in there, whip boy. Whip, whip, whip.
5, 10, 15. So 5, 10, 15. And I would like to make an acrobatics check to climb up to the top of the roof, like
Da-da-da-da.
here-ish.
Okay. The roof is going to be 10 feet tall, so you use 20 foot of move speed to get there.
5,
25.
10.
15, you said.
15 to get
15.
there, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
So he'd have 5 left.
Yeah, you have 5 foot of move speed once you get up there.
Okay, I would like to bonus action.
Wait. 5. No. You use 10 to get here, and then use 10 getting up.
So I have 10 more.
You have 10 more. Right? Because you were
Yeah,
here.
because he did a diagonal. He
Yeah,
was
There's a
here.
diagonal. Yeah, so he has
5,
10 more.
10.
So I can move to here,
Yes.
additional 10. And then I would like to
Shwip.
You would like to what? Sorry.
I'm thinking I would
Shwip
like
the hot
to
elf lady.
what should I do here?
Subdue her.
I would like to make a menacing attack
Seduce.
on the archer that's up here.
All right.
So that is
Go ahead and roll to hit.
That is an 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 to hit.
14 just hits.
Okay. That's 1d4 plus 4. Where's my d4?
Plus
There.
8, no? Or plus a d8.
Yeah, plus a d8. Yep. That is 1 plus 1d4 plus 4 is 5 plus a d8 is 2, so 7 points of damage. And then she needs to make a save, or she's frightened.
Frightened.
7 points of damage. You kind of scratch her cheek as she moves her head slightly to the side. The damage didn't really look like it did a lot to her, but what do I need to make again? A charisma saving throw? Wisdom saving throw?
It is a strength or dex mod. Wait, no. Battlemaster archetype and maneuver requires your target to make a saving throw to resist the maneuver's effects. The saving throw is 13 plus your proficiency. It doesn't say what kind it is. Let me double check this.
I believe it would be your dex or your strength modifier.
Dex or strength. So dexterity, I guess.
Okay, so that would be a 13 plus. What's your dex score? And your
My dex
proficiency
just went
bonus.
up. It's a +4, so 15.
15.
Yeah, I think that's right. Hold on, let me double check.
She fails.
Each.
Oh, she's
So she is. So she's
She
frightened.
is afraid. You have scared her.
Frightened.
scary, man.
Is there anything else you would like to do?
I'm going to second wind,
All right.
which is going to be a D10, which is this guy.
A d10 plus 4.
That's 10 plus 4, 14.
Ow.
Nice.
That's a chonky heal.
That'll help.
Right back up. Okay. Yeah, that also scares her. Like when you crack her across the cheek, it didn't do a ton of damage, but then she looks at you, crack your neck back into place, and grin at her, and then she gets a little bit scared.
Scary.
Fuck.
Vicar, your turn.
All right, I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, hang on. Where was I?
Three.
Wait, was it here? Yeah, 3.
Mhm.
And we'll do 4,
Keys.
5, 6 for 30, and then I'm gonna dash and go as my bonus action. 1.
I was gonna say, as you
Two,
run past
what?
me, I was like, can you knock him out?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like don't kill him.
So I'm gonna do a non-lethal attack on this guy, and it's gonna be a sneak attack too because he has an enemy within 5 feet.
Sounds good.
Okay, so with rapier, let's see,
Poke
it'll
his butt.
be a +6. So we roll, and I get 14.
Yeah, he's a wizard. He has like no AC. How do you want to take him out? Knock him unconscious.
So I'm gonna say, you're on the wrong side. I was where you are once. Like, this isn't the fight you want. I'm just gonna elbow him in the face and knock him out.
You feel a sickening crack underneath your elbow as you make his nose splinter. And as he starts bleeding from both nostrils, his eyes kind of roll back into the back of his head, and he falls backwards with a satisfying thud onto the ground.
I catch him as he falls down, and I lay him down and prop him up against the wall.
All right. Is there anything else that was action, bonus action?
Yeah, so I have a little bit more move speed, and I'm just gonna duck into the corner here.
All right. We'll remove him from the battle. Ooh, that's ooh.
Oh.
He is now bomb.
Yeah, you have a ticking time bomb before he explodes.
Fuck.
I'm going to remove him from the battlefield just so it's a little bit cleaner. It's going to end your turn. The archer, Cassian, you are right there. She is scared of you, though. Okay, here's what I'm going to do.
She can attack me, but she can't move closer to me. And she has
Yeah.
disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls.
For the flavor of that, considering that she's scared of you, I'm going to roll to like. There's two very scary things on the battlefield for her. There's a giant fuck off ooze monster and you. So I'm going to roll between her trying to hit you and Kai. So evens, it's you.
Sid.
And you guys are scary. Hit the not scary.
Yeah, sorry, Sid.
Shoot me. It's fine.
She goes for. You know what? She has 3 attacks. She's going to make an attack at each of you.
She has disadvantage on all of them.
Yes, she does.
Retconning, as I ran by the ooze monster and Kai, I shouted, "What the fuck is that?"
I know, I forgot to do something too. I was going to pat him on the shoulder and be like, "Oh, look, you're finally up here." I forgot to say that. Damn it.
Yeah, he grew several inches, perhaps a whole foot or more, when he transformed into this new form as well. The archer is going to first attack. This is for Cassian. Well, her first roll was a 3, which is a 9, so that's going to miss. So I don't even need to roll with disadvantage. You know what? We'll roll for natural 1. No, the second one was higher. Okay, so that's going to miss you. She's aiming for Sid now.
I
Disadvantage.
would like to riposte on her, please.
Okay, go ahead.
I need to pull up riposte.
Are you making the attack roll with advantage because she is frightened?
Oh.
That's a 16 plus 6.
That's going to hit.
And then I'm going to roll again just to see if I crit. If I don't, it's a natural 1. We'll take the advantage. I had riposte pulled up, and then I closed the tab accidentally. Give me a second.
I believe it does your. Yeah, you find that because I don't want to give you hope and then have it be false.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Combat maneuvers, riposte. When a creature misses with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to expend 1 superiority to make the melee weapon attack against the creature. If you hit, you add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll.
So you make your normal attack to hit.
Is 1d4, which is 3 plus 3 plus 4, so that's a 7.
7 plus a d8.
Plus an additional 7, 14.
14. Nice.
And then Cassian will say, "That's enough."
Yeah, after she takes the first shot at you, misses, and then you hit her in return, she's too scared to try to shoot at you again, so she's going to shoot at Sid. Or the symbiote.
Sid.
She rolls she rolled two 17s, which I believe still misses.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And she's gonna roll for Kai as well. That's first one's a natural 20. The second one's an 8, which totals to a 14.
Damage to.
No, she doesn't do any because she
Oh,
rolled
wait.
with disadvantage. She would have
Oh,
gotten
man.
a natural 20 on you.
I want to
But
use
she
deflect
missed her
missile. God damn it. I want to deflect something.
She missed you with the attack thanks to the fear, and that is her entire turn. It is now the rogue's turn, who is also afraid.
I'm scared.
He's going to try to make 3 dagger attacks at. All right, I'm gonna roll here. Evens, it's Kai.
Call
That's odds. She's going for Sid.
Okay.
I'm supposed to be rolling with natural disadvantage, but the first thing I rolled was a natural 1. So as he goes to try to stab you, you grin at him with your very toothy mouth with all these sharp-pointed white just daggers, essentially. And he fumbles and drops his dagger. Because he rolled a natural 1 on the first one, I'm only going to give him 1 other attack as opposed to the normal 3 that he would have. And he's going to try to stab you again. First one's a 24, and you rolled another natural 1.
You're fucked.
What the
Oh
fuck?
wow,
He just
that
shits
is
his pants.
We're just
man.
kidding.
The fear is so strong with the
Get
synergy
fucked.
between you and Cassian. My lord. Okay, so with 2 natural 1s, he fumbles, picks up his dagger, and then fumbles again, and then drops another dagger. He currently has no weapons in his hands.
Bitch.
Sid, your turn.
Oh yeah. Do I have the thing I have to do? I didn't realize I had to do it.
Yeah.
The bonding thing.
Yeah, you did not do that yet, so you do not
Okay.
have a bonded weapon.
It would be unarmed then.
No, you could still have your normal weapon,
Okay.
but you don't get the benefit of being able to summon
I
it
see.
as a bonus action.
Gotcha.
So you still have your long sword and your shield out.
So I'll do an action on homeboy in front of me for the longsword.
Okay, go ahead and roll to attack.
Which is a 19.
Roll with advantage to see if you get a crit.
No.
Okay, 19 hits.
Damage is 8.
8 points of damage. Oh wait, I forgot. For on his turn, he gets to roll to see if he's no longer afraid of
Correct. Yeah.
you. That's a 6. He's still scared.
Bitch.
Okay, he looks bloodied at this point.
And then I'm going to bonus action and bite him.
Okay, go ahead and roll to attack.
Attack is a 12.
Roll with advantage because he's still frightened of you.
Just kidding. It's 16.
16 will do it.
And then damage is 6.
6 points of damage. All right. Is that going to? Oh, I'll describe this a little bit. So as you see this symbiotic black ooze version of Sid that is now freakishly tall, still with shield in hand and a long sword that now looks more like a short sword, stab into this guy, and then you see his mouth open wide and his jaw dislocates as he takes a huge chunk out of this guy's shoulder and he starts screaming in pain. Is that gonna end your turn?
Yes.
Kai, your turn.
There goes Este.
He done.
You're right. Alright, I'm just gonna try to wail on the guy since.
You have your attacks with advantage.
Yeah, I'll just do standard on her. I got a 13 for the first one. That
That's
missed.
going to miss.
Yep. As a bonus action, punch him. 25. That's not a crit.
Yes, it's gonna hit.
Yeah, they both. I was just seeing if I gave it. Not a crit. Singular unarmed strike.
7 points of damage. All right. Is that all?
Yeah, I just bopped him.
Yeah, you kind of crack him in the back of the head after he's screaming, or as he's screaming with this tear in his shoulder. And Kazir, it's your turn.
Okay. So I will go. I will go here, and I don't know how I'm gonna do this non-lethally, but I guess I'll use Firebolt on the one by Cassian.
Okay. You can just try to aim for like the legs or an arm or something.
Yeah, just take off an arm. It's not big of a deal, really. He's only an archer.
Oh, wait,
23.
you're going for this guy or the archer
This-
up here?
This guy, sorry. Yeah, the one by Cassian.
Okay. All right.
Yep. But 23 to hit.
23 is definitely gonna hit.
And then we got 6 damage.
6 points of damage. Cassian, you see a mote of fire whiz past your right shoulder as it slams into this archer's left arm, leaving a charred mark.
Yeah. What's up?
It is your turn, Cassian.
Should go to bed. I am. She got me all right.
Okay.
I didn't think to. Did we want to kill both these people? I figured we did. We just didn't want to kill the kid.
Yeah, that's what.
I thought they
Does
were
the chick
all
in front of
young.
me also look like a kid?
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, I thought they were all young.
Mr. Jacob,
Yes, what?
does the lass in front of me, does she look like a kid as well?
No, she looks a little bit more mature.
Oh, she looks a bit more mature.
Mature.
Probably mid-20s, early
Age of
30s.
consent.
Yes.
Mid-20s. That's legal. DM, above board, would you feel like this would be an appropriate time to try and intimidate her?
What?
Or would it even be
Is this like-
possible
How long is she
to
gonna be here?
intimidate her into like
Potentially
like
for the
surrendering and
night.
answering
I'll
some
be here
questions?
for much rest of the weekend.
Josh, can someone deafen Josh, or does he have to do that himself?
No.
Admin
we are,
can.
we are peasants in your
admin might be
presence,
able
my
to.
lord, amen.
Oh, okay.
If you right-click his
click
name, you can server deafen or
and
server
then
mute.
ban.
Server deafen. Okay. Yep. We're good. So, I'm gonna say that this is mid-combat. She is already frightened of you.
Okay.
This is perhaps, if you're trying to use your out-of-combat feature, this would not maybe be the best time for that.
Okay. Fair enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and frighten her again because my frighten ends at the end of this turn.
Okay.
Does it stack like that?
You can definitely try to hit her again for sure.
Okay.
If it ends at the end of your turn, you still have advantage for this attack, and if she fails the saving throw, she will remain frightened.
And she will remain frightened. So I don't need to use another superiority dice, is what you're saying.
You do need to use another superiority
okay.
dice if you want her to remain frightened.
Cool. Not a problem. I will hit her with another menacing attack.
Okay. Roll with advantage.
Okay. That is a 5 and a 20, natural 20.
Okay.
Natural 20. Okay. Go ahead and your whip does a d4, so roll 4 plus 4 plus, so you have an 8 plus a d4 for this damage.
8 plus d4.
8 plus a
So
d4.
1. So we'll take the 9.
9
And then
points
we'll
of damage.
expend another superiority dice plus an additional 5. So 14.
All right. She is bloodied. With that critical hit, you slashed right almost across her throat, but your angle was a little bit wrong and it went more down her clavicle.
For narrative purposes, I don't expect anything from this, but Cassian will say, "Your friends are falling quickly. you have an opportunity to surrender. Nothing has to come from it, but narrative purposes, that's what Cassian would say.
Okay, and I need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
I rolled a 16. What is the DC?
Saves.
16. Okay. So she's not frightened of you, but you did get that critical in with that last bit of advantage, so that's pretty nice. It almost seems like when you said that, her resolve came back to her, and she looks down at the rogue being beaten. She sees the younger person already unconscious, and it's like her resolve strengthened when she heard that. She is horrified and very scared, but she is going to continue to fight.
You got it.
Vicar.
Word. So I'm gonna come out here like 1, 2, 3, and then I take a look at Rogue Man and how's he doing?
He is bloodied, but it took a while to get him bloodied.
Okay. So I'm gonna
real
go.
quick, sorry, Vicar. I'm gonna use my movement to move 5 feet to directly to her. By the way.
All right.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna go here and here, and then I get to a sneak attack with advantage, right?
You don't get advantage unless if it's something for your class.
Well, it's just
Only
because he's
people-
surrounded.
Yeah,
Flanking
only people
is
on opposite sides.
Direct opposite side. So if
Oh.
I move, I get an advantage because you're on the opposite side.
So, like, yeah, if Sid moved here on his turn, then you two would get advantage.
I got it.
Is there not something for like an extreme flanking bonus with like 3 people hitting like one enemy though?
No, flanking as written is already kind of broken. It's very, very,
Okay.
very strong. It
Alright,
is
fair
very,
enough.
very strong. It's an optional feature to begin with.
I'm still going for this guy, and
Yep.
I'm gonna hit with the rapier, which is +6 to hit.
Dear
And
God,
I
we see
can
your
still
blessings,
sneak attack.
and we thank you for
So
them.
I've got a 20. 14 plus 6.
20 is going to hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right. So then I get, let's see, rapier is a 1d8 plus 4. So I think this is a d8.
Count them.
Yep.
So how much damage did you do?
So I got a 2 plus 4 on the rapier alone. So that's 6. And then I get 2d6.
Okay. So 6 plus
6 plus. So I get a 3
9,
and a 2.
11.
Yep.
So 11 total.
Yeah.
Yes.
11 total.
Yeah, he's looking bad. Below bloodied, still has some life in him, but he's looking like his eyes are darting back and forth.
Okay, so he cannot attack me. Opportunity attacks because of Rockish Audacity. So I'm going to use my remaining 5 to move out away from him. And then I'm going to dash and go 1, 2, 3, 4.
You could have done one of those in one less move by going diagonally.
It doesn't matter. I have so much movement speed. I'm not going to use
Okay.
all of it. I'm going to sit right here.
Okay.
No, I wasn't sure if you were going to climb up or not. That's
No,
fair.
I don't want her to be able to see me without
Look at that beak.
getting opportunity
All right.
attacked.
The archer, you are standing right in front of her, Cassian.
Yeah.
She is scared, but you are too close to hit her effectively. Or sorry, you are too close for her to hit you effectively. She sees the bird person running towards her, and she's scared that the bird person's also going to try to hit her. She's going to aim for him.
I'm like on the floor. She's like right underneath the building she's on, or at least that's where I want her to be. Do I need to be one closer for that?
Yeah, you would need to be like effectively occupying her same space if you wanted to do that.
Well,
She
I
can
want her to
still
be
look
underneath
over the edge.
the shingle of like the overhang of the roof.
You would
Not be
have to
seen.
be right here.
It's a thin
Inside?
awning.
She can see over the edge if you were still right here and aim down to try to shoot you.
Okay, well
you
it
have
doesn't
enough
matter
move
then.
speed to get here.
I would have, yeah.
Okay, then we can. Whoa, why is there a copy of you right now? What's happening?
Oh, I moved my character. I don't know if that.
I don't see a copy.
I
Yeah,
see
me
a
neither.
copy for some weird reason. Okay, whatever. Let's assume that your character is right underneath her character, so she cannot see you because you have enough move speed to do that.
Okay.
She's going to aim for the monk who has been leaning into the other rogue the most. Oh, that's the wrong person. She is going to roll natural 20. And that is going to do 8 plus that's 12
She not frightened?
plus 17. She's not frightened anymore. That's
She's no
She
longer
saved.
frightened.
She saved it.
17 points of damage.
All right, dice. Let's see what I can do.
Deflect missile.
Here's your here's your deflect missile chance.
Oh, actually, I did. Sweet. I rolled an 18.
Okay,
I know you're
so
complaining. I'm like, I think that's pretty good.
Oh, it looked like a
So-
0.
if I'm not mistaken, you reduce the damage by a D10, use a key point, and then can throw it back. Is that correct?
I'm not gonna throw it back though.
You're not going to throw it back. All right.
I'm just gonna negate the damage from.
So you can negate
So
10 of
it's
that damage, right?
it's D10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your monk.
Okay. So how much do you reduce?
18. I rolled a 10.
Okay. All right. So you reduce 18 damage of whatever I just said. I don't
17.
quite remember. Oh, so you just take no
I
damage.
just catch the arrow. I'm like, sweet.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, that was in that 20 that did nothing.
That's sick. Fuck that nat 20.
Wow. She's going to
crazy.
attack you. She's going to attack you 2 more times.
That's fair. Catches the arrow. What, bitch?
Okay. Another nat 20.
What? Yeah, that's true.
No way.
Jacob,
No, that's
Yes.
Jacob, does she have Sentinel?
She does not. Why?
Because if a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you, you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against the attacking creature.
Go for it. As she pulls back another arrow, fires, and lands a square hit on your friend. Go ahead and make an attack at her.
10 plus 6, 16.
That is going to hit. I will say if you can bring her down in this one hit, she will not be able to hit high.
Okay, that is a
No pressure.
that is a 3, 4, 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. She's looking rough, but not that rough. Yeah. So that's going to be. You take 14 points of damage, Kai.
All right, let's try to catch this other arrow.
Does it take your reaction?
Yes.
No, not you. Sorry, Cassian.
It's
Kai,
action type
does it-
1 reaction. You get 1 action.
You get one
Yeah.
reaction per turn.
Ah.
So you catch this arrow perfectly, and then you smile
Ugh!
at Sid. You smile at Sid, like, huh? Kind of cool, right? And then this venom-like creature smiles back at you with a thumbs up. And then as you're looking at him, an arrow lands squarely in your
Oh.
shoulder.
Son of a bitch.
Did I already tell you the damage?
It's 14.
14, yeah, okay. And second one is going to miss you, 13 to hit. Okay. Yeah, so the rogue is going to disengage. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He is very clearly trying to run away.
Think I can catch him.
Actually, do either of you have an ability that lets you make an attack roll even if someone disengages?
I don't believe I do.
Okay. I don't believe you do either, but I just wanted to check. So, he's going to throw 3 daggers as he runs away. It's going to aim at Sid. That's going to miss. That's a 9. It's a 15. That's also going to miss. And a 12. Misses. All 3 miss as he throws daggers at you blindly, just trying to run away as fast as he can. And Sid, it's your turn.
This symbiote creature is finally gonna move, and he's full on sprint after the one running away. And with 1, 2,
You can catch
that
right up to him
2,
because
3,
he ran 30
4,
feet.
5, 6.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
30. 30 feet of movement. I'm right up on him.
Okay.
I'm going to first strike with a longsword.
All right. Go ahead and roll to hit.
It is a 7.
Going to miss.
Not have advantage.
I do not, but then I'm gonna bite his ass.
Hey,
Oh, okay.
It is possible for you to kill him with this.
19.
That's gonna hit.
Oh,
Bite his ass.
Oh no, 4 damage.
Even though it wasn't a lot, it was just enough.
nice.
Bite his ass.
So as I swing and miss with the longsword, I'm gonna like reel in frustration, and I'm gonna dislocate my jaw, open up, and just go straight for his neck and bite his head clean off.
You see this symbiote roar in frustration, throw both sword and shield down momentarily, and just grab this guy by the shoulders, lift him about a foot off the ground, and bite his head off. And there's this just spurt of blood, like a fountain, coming out of this guy's neck as he twitches for a few moments, and then his body stops moving. The symbiote drops him on the floor, picks up sword and shield again, and then looks with a bloody smile at the only remaining person, the archer.
Bitch. And then
Oh,
he
that's cool.
spits on the corpse with his
burps.
black ooze just coming out.
Yeah, you
On the
spit
fake
black ooze on the corpse.
Oh, that must be Sid. Now I understand.
Narratively, it all makes sense.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
was confused at first, but now I know who that is.
Okay, is that going to end your turn?
Yes.
Very sick.
Yes.
Kai, your turn.
Trying to save a little.
I have attempted, but it doesn't mean that it's fruitful or necessary.
Remember, these are well. Never mind.
One is already knocked out, correct?
Yep.
One is
Yeah.
knocked out. One is very, very dead.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
Yes.
Will you allow me to make a statement above table because we're below level 5? It's not meta, but it's kind of meta, and it would be helpful
Just
for
go
the
for
group
it. Yeah,
to
it's
learn.
fine. Yep.
The wizard is very smart, so if we try to deceive him or intimidate him, he's going to probably save. We should probably be intimidating people more like bugbears. Wizards are very immune to stuff like that because they're fucking smart.
I was thinking about that
Even if they're like
Like-
12.
beforehand.
Imagine trying to intimidate Kazir. It just wouldn't fucking happen.
High
He's smart.
intelligence is what it is,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was kind of thinking of.
So, not.
Do
I
it.
mean,
Knock her
Jacob
out.
is shooting daggers at me. I can feel his eyes burning into my skull right now. But yes, we've kept the wizard alive, folks. That's. I mean,
I think
didn't
that's a
keep
good thing to
I
keep in
didn't keep
mind
the
for
wizard alive
future as
to
well.
This
interrogate
chick
him.
is hot. All right. Sid needs. I'm just kidding.
he needs to release the symbiote, bro. Let's go.
I'll
I
just.
kept the wizard alive because I
Yeah.
saw myself in him.
I'm in the same
Um,
shoe.
Yeah,
Sid.
you're into wizards.
I'm going to need the symbiote to roll a d20 for narrative purposes.
D20. Yes, sir. There we go. D20 is an what? It's a 4, but it's literally showing me 18, but it says a 4. Okay.
Okay. The symbiote is just about as hung as you are. Not very impressive. Not a lot there.
Damn it.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
you should have been rolling a
Small dick syndrome
D12.
everywhere, bro. I was at an 18 and he toppled to a 4.
That was a 1 to 4.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
honestly,
dude,
it's
you're
not
4
even a
times
4.
bigger as a symbiote. That's big.
Yeah.
We gotta divide this by 12, bro. You're
4
looking at like a
times
2 or a
still
3 in the
0, boys.
symbiote status.
Okay. So that was just for narrative purposes. I needed to know. It was very important.
Oh my god.
Like, is he totally nude when he's in this form, right? Like, I'm assuming.
It's more like the symbiote completely covers him. There's like a black ooze. It's very venom-like. It's not like his like genitals are just flopping around in the wind as he runs, but it's
Though they're small, so they don't.
Obviously
really
not.
flap
Yeah,
out.
it's like 2 inches.
Guys, I'm right here.
He's a grower. He's a grower.
I'm right
bro.
here.
Yeah, he just growed. and still not
He just
impressive.
growed.
Yo, baby, I know my 1
He
inch
done
is
been growing,
impressive,
bro.
but
done been
wait till you
growing.
see this transforms into a black just ball with a 2-inch cock. Hey.
It's twice as big.
All right, so
Alright.
I'm gonna try to knock this chick out.
Aw.
Yeah,
Tony's having a good time.
How much move speed did it take for you to get there? Because you would need to take at least 10 movement speed to jump up on the
So,
roof. And
I'm-
there's not.
5, 10, and then I was I was here. I just went 1. That's 30.
No, so it would be 25.
I have 40.
If you have 40, you can get here. This tree.
I couldn't tell
you can
where I
get
could go.
You can get underneath the tree. The tree is bigger. It's just hard to show with a top-down map.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was gonna walk around, and I'm like, it's fine. I'll just. But
Yeah,
that if I can actually get over, then I.
Yeah, she's kind of using the tree like cover. Yeah, you can get there with your move speed. And you have advantage because you're flanking.
That was the one thing I learned from last fight. Fucking stand side of people.
This website hates me.
So I got a nat 20.
26. Damn.
Did you actually?
Yeah, second roll.
All right, man. Flanking is. We're gonna have to revisit flanking with how you're using
Nah,
fear. It's too
nah, we're
strong.
good.
Flanking and fear. Like.
All right, go ahead.
This was a lopsided fight to begin with, to be fair.
Yeah. So damage.
12 points of damage. Yep. Okay. And that was. Did you take one of your die and then use it as the max?
No,
So what did you use for that attack? Was
I
it
just-
a D4?
it was a 1d8.
1d8. Okay, so you did 8 plus 12.
Did it?
Yeah, no, that's. Trust me with this one. It doesn't do critical damage for you automatically.
Oh, but it basically would be 12 though, because I'm a 1d8 plus.
Yes. So
I
it
don't
would
know.
You rolled 12 plus 8. So when you get a critical hit, you take the maximum of the die that you roll, which is a d8. So that's 8. And then you roll for your attack. You rolled 12 for your attack, so you did 20 damage in total.
Oh Jesus!
Wait, did okay? I don't care.
Did you toggle non-lethal, bro?
Yeah, so I was like, I'm gonna try to knock her out.
It's under the passives tab.
You rolled 2d8 plus 4.
Yeah, that's why I don't know why I did that.
Yeah.
Pretty badly hurt. She is still conscious. She is wobbling and weaving, but conscious.
I have a bonus action.
All right.
Unarmed strike. At
Non-lethal.
definitely not. But weirdly
17
enough,
is gonna hit.
it's an 11 both times.
Okay. You hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Jesus Christ, I'm doing well on damage roll.
All right. How do you want to? You said toggle non-lethal on. So how do you want to knock?
Yeah,
them?
yeah. Oh. I'd like to
Vulcan
just.
death grip.
I'd like to. Well, I'm behind her, so I would. Yeah, I was gonna say I would just like to trip her and then catch her and then just choke hold her.
All right. It's like this climactic moment where she's surrounded and she pulls out a knife and she's just like, "I'm warning you, if any of you get close to me, I'm gonna." And then Kai just kind of comes up behind, sweeps the legs, and then puts her in a chokehold and puts her to sleep slowly and just goes shh, 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 shh. As she's struggling to try to like get a word out. You still hear the sounds of a battle going on next to you of the other carriage, and you see several black figures running away. All of the guards are dead, and the carriage is on fire.
Please.
Can we run over there to see if the chick's alive? I'm assuming not, because it.
Yes, you run over there, and it's fairly evident
Yes,
that she is no longer with us.
Survivors.
I'm gonna go and check our carriage.
Yep.
And make
I'm
sure
gonna
Alara's
say-
okay.
Get these two bound and let's get Alara out of here. We know
50 foot of hempen rope, please.
we know
Like
we got what
always,
we came in
get the spell book. Before I go in the
Yo,
carriage.
I was so afraid that you were gonna like try to steal her with the smoke beginning.
I just run away with the
Yeah, I was like,
carriage.
oh, or no, just the girl. I was like, oh shit, like that's kind of
That'd
terrifying.
be crazy. I just do my own campaign now.
It's just a sex playthrough. Crazy.
Oh my god.
That he doesn't play out.
Just
we
fades
can
to
work
black
on that.
every
We
10
can work
seconds.
on that.
I feel you, Joe.
She
Yeah.
kisses me, and then I wake up in the morning after sex.
Oh my god.
And it was real good.
Shut up, Mr. Small Dick, bro.
You're gonna need to roll performance for that one, my friend.
So is he back to normal now, or is he still enemy?
That form lasts for 10 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm kind of like pacing over here, just like watching down towards the other carriage, waiting for someone to come and
You
cause
can
trouble.
end the effect on yourself as an action if you wish.
I won't.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you that side eye as I go and capture this wizard.
I pay no mind to the little bird that I could literally eat in one bite.
If you could catch it.
Bombastic side eye.
Mm-hmm.
Criminal side eye.
Offensive.
I'm gonna spend some time hog tying both of the victims.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a dexterity check for me, just to make sure the knot's not shit.
I'm
I
gonna
joined-
spend some time judging Jacob for saying bombastic side eye.
That's cocked. I'm re-rolling. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15
Oh.
for the first one.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
And then the second one is a natural 20.
Yeah, they're very, very tied up. They're very good. Kazir, I just sent you the spells that are in his spellbook,
Sweet.
so mark those down. I am going to not keep track of these for you.
Yeah, that's
So,
okay. I have. There's just the first time.
Okay, just making
Yeah.
sure.
I pretty much have all these, unfortunately, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
Cassian's a
little
weak bitch.
It's how it
Um,
happens, yeah.
Cassian is very weak, so Sid, get up here and carry this woman down the roof, please.
Don't eat her.
Can he? Yeah, I was like, can he talk?
Yes.
Okay.
So he
As
literally
Sid is bending down to
throws
pick her up,
over his shoulder with zero effort.
as he's getting ready to get off the roof, Cassian puts his hand out and touches Sid, presumably somewhere in the abdomen region, because he's fucking 750 feet tall. He's gonna tell Sid, we have a lot to talk about.
Sid is about 7.5, 8 feet tall. He's on par with Kai at this point.
Scamper down the roof and head towards Kazur. Double check everybody's okay over there.
Sid is gonna jump and land here and just stomp the ground unnecessarily hard.
Yeah, it's like a mini earthquake each time. There's just like pebbles that kind of
land.
rumble. Yeah, essentially.
I'm dragging this kid by the ankles.
He's literally gonna throw the
Tug at a
chick on
time.
this cart,
You need some Dragon Balls to help.
Yep.
and then Sid's just gonna come over and grab him.
I think
Zero
anyone. Can.
effort. Throw him, and then he's gonna come over to this alleyway and change back.
And did we loot the dead rogue? Yeah.
Yeah, you find just a plethora of normal daggers. Like,
Oh.
roll a d8, and he has that many daggers.
All right, I'm fucking rolling it. Where is it at?
Roll it on camera. Damn
I'm
it.
doing it.
Do it right now. Watch it be one.
This one, right? Yeah, I think this is it. 4.
Four.
Got
He
four
has
daggers.
he has 7 daggers on him. The 3 that he had plus 4 more that were hidden in various pockets and boots and whatnot.
I'm gonna take all 7 and just plunge them into him in different spots.
All right.
Damn.
He does not have a head, so you
Yeah.
find creative uses of these
Yep.
daggers.
One in his like where his head would be.
Sure, just for you.
It's just so brutal. All right.
Jacob, are there any markings on their armor or
Oh, they're tattoos.
regalia that symbolize the Viper's Den or anything that I would recognize?
I would say that it's no. There's nothing that immediately attributes them to a group. Vicar, as you get closer, you recognize vaguely. None of them actually, because the one guy's head was ripped off. Never mind.
Mhm. In my belly.
You would assume that as a group, you would assume this. There was an anticipated attack from mafia members. They're probably mafia members, but it's not like they're going to go around advertising that, hey, the mafia did this thing.
What's the lass's name that we're working for again? What's her name?
Alara.
Alara. Cassian will approach Alara. And
Okay.
say, "We need a quiet place to interrogate these two. Can you provide that for us?"
Back at my house, yes.
Let's move quickly before anyone else gets any more ideas.
Okay.
That message?
Deliver what message? I'm sorry.
Message.
She didn't want you to deliver a message.
She wanted.
Okay. Then yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys get back in the carriage. The one carriage is completely set on fire. You're not chasing after the rogues that ran away.
No, not the. There weren't there like a lot of them.
They're not after their ambush. They kind of did a hit and run. They set the whole thing on fire, blew it up, killed basically all the guards, and then some of them died. Most of them ran away.
No, we got what the knowledge that we were looking for. We got, and Alara is safe. Well, let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you guys make it back to Alara's mansion. She directs you guys to a rather large room. Looks like it's meant for entertaining, for perhaps balls or something like that, dances. It is a wide open space. And what are you guys doing?
We'll set them back to back in the center of the room. We'll snuff the candles, make it pretty dark, and I'll
We
approach
could
them.
put them in separate rooms and use that against them, so they don't know
Yes.
what the other person told us.
I like that.
Perfect.
Definitely, yeah.
All right. She notes 2 rooms on either side of the ballroom that are for different various purposes. And you guys kind of set them both up. They're tied together very well, or they're tied up very well.
Yep.
So
But before we depart into those rooms, we're going to look at Alara and say, what's the safest room in this place?
I don't think that there is a safest room. I mean, everything is kind of the same. I mean, in terms of security standards.
So then the closest room to where we are, you're going to stay in that room.
I'll stay with her and make sure
Yeah.
she's safe.
Yeah,
Okay.
you will. You fucking.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, she agrees. But she does say to you, I would like to listen in on the interrogation if you don't mind. I am a member of the Underhand after all.
Put her in a corner. Put him
I will
behind
be
him.
You mean like
interrogating the
here
archer.
through the doorways? Like if we stand just outside, or like she's saying this, where are you thinking of standing so we can hear this?
Are you speaking to Alara?
Well, I'm assuming these are 2 closed rooms, so like
Yes.
I know it's a stupid question, but like
Do you have mage
What?
ear?
She gets put her ear against the wall. I don't know.
Because I feel like she can only listen to one at a time.
Yeah.
Well, aren't you going to be interrogating one, then going to the other, as opposed to trying to interrogate them both at the same time?
We will
Yes.
be. My
Alright.
immediate concern is, since there are no other guards here, it is just us, and we'll be preoccupied with the interrogation.
Not all of us, though.
I think we
True,
can have.
but still, any disadvantage in an initial fight is bad for us as a group.
I insist that I come with you for these interrogations.
Then we'll have to blindfold them.
I mean, they know who Lara is. They're after her.
True, but I don't want them to know where they are.
Just have them
Yeah.
behind her.
blindfolding them's fine. It just makes them more uncomfortable, anyways.
I think that I can take care of that. I am a magic user after all. She walks over to one of the guards, or one of the guys who was unconscious. She pulls out a pin from her hair and stabs the guy in the eye, and then stabs him in the other eye. And this is the kid. This is the little, like, the one who's no more than like 15 years old. He wakes up screaming in pain, and she grips his throat with these stiletto nails, and you see blood starting to come from the throat as she stabs his other eye to blind him. And she goes, I think that will suffice.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
No, not what I thought you were gonna do when you said magic.
Have fun
I
with
work
that one,
magic in
Kaiser.
plenty of ways.
Like you do.
You see her go
Just
over.
a kid, Alara.
You see her go over with her high heels. You know the ones that have the really fine point?
Stilettos, yeah.
Yeah, the stiletto
Oh,
heels.
man.
She walks over to the
Jesus.
other chick who is tied up against a chair, knocks the chair over, and then takes her heel and does the same thing as she did
Before
with the
she
pen.
gets to the second eye, I'm gonna grab her leg and say no, and wave over to Kazur to come and take Alara,
Handle
She-
his woman.
leaving
She
the
looks-
chick with one eye.
She looks innocently at you and goes, "What?"
No,
I need this one. She needs to be able to see I have a
this
plan.
yeah.
I
This
know
is
I know you've been through a lot. I know you got attacked and your maid just died, but that is too much.
The
Oh, I don't
information they
care
have
about
is far more valuable than
You may not, but we are the ones in charge of the interrogation, so we're gonna handle it our way. So you can listen, but that is it.
She gets an amused smile on her face and then just kind of goes where you direct her into the room so that you can interrogate him.
Do we have someone standing guard on the front door though?
we should.
We definitely should. Or at least to the entrance to this room that's holding the two smaller rooms.
Kai, you're swift on your feet. Take door duty.
I can read my book with it.
Gonna take a real quick break. I need to piss. It shouldn't be more than like a minute or two, so talk amongst yourselves.
My dude's not intimidating.
Do the tactic.
Calm.
Calm?
Talk about calm. Or do I gotta break out the old
Millimeter Peter.
no.
Also, side note,
Yeah, Donnie's here and he's ready to fucking chat, boys.
so for Donnie, because Small's not here, I have been.
So in that case, hello, Nut Small. This is your 45th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And the J stands for just getting fucking started, baby. Let's make America great again.
Someone stop this man.
It's better than the girl.
So I'm thinking that
I
we
don't.
interrogate them.
I don't
both,
think very
and
much.
when we go into the second room, or actually when we go into either room, we can overlap. It's the first or it's the second room, and tell them that the other person gave us some sort of valuable information, and
Yep.
only one of them gets to live, and it's the person who gives us the most valuable information. And I have +7 to deception, so I can.
So like, I
Let
agree
me
with that.
talk to them
Like,
this.
dude doesn't have eyes. Like, he doesn't want to live, but like,
I mean,
Oh, Vicar, I have a plan actually in my head cooking. If you would humor me
lay it on me.
Go on.
with your deception, your skills in deception, perhaps I could we could trick, preferably the one with an eyeball at least, into going back to her group. I have a bit of tobacco here. We could claim that our wizard has enchanted it with magical properties in order to track her, and she needs to retrieve some information for us and bring it back. We could deceive her into thinking that we know where she is at all times.
What are we talking about right now?
Trying to garner as much information about these attacks as possible. I don't think that beating away some thugs one time is going to end this suffering for our client, and we know that the Viper is a very powerful person and group.
I'm nervous about letting these people go, honestly. What do you think that we're gonna get out of letting her go back that we can't just get from her right now?
If I'm
So-
being honest with you, I've killed enough people this week. I'm one for second chances, so I believe that if we garner as much information as possible and deceive this person with a second chance, that maybe she could become an inside agent for us.
These people don't. These people could tell someone about me.
That's a fair point.
I don't. Maybe you just don't show your face, or
It's too late. We
Dating.
were in a fight.
We already. Oh. We already fought him.
Well, let's
They-
start here. Let's start with what information we want to get from them. At least we're on the same page.
Where, who, and why is, I think, the big three. Where they came from, who they came for, and why they were sent.
Last resort, you could always literally put on a disguise and try to deceive her, saying, "Yeah, did you like my disguise earlier? It was pretty good."
Double deception.
Try to fix.
can't.
We
For some
can.
reason,
Sid, why we have some downtime and our prisoners are cooking a bit. I feel like you might have at least a little bit of explaining to do.
I suppose I have some sharing.
Let me rephrase Cassian's comment. What the fuck was that?
yeah. How are you the same height as me now? Fun.
Well,
Sid, before you start, let me say something and set the tone. You have proven yourself an ally up until this point, and we have a pact, a blood pact. But if I'm going to continue forward with you, I need to at least know that you can control this thing.
I can. Up until the point I met you guys, it was still very new. He was still very new.
He?
Yeah.
He is not you.
He is him inside me.
Explain.
I don't know how, but one day I went for a piss and got attacked by something. Woke up feeling unwell and had a voice in my head. And shortly thereafter, I saw what the voice was and have been trying to understand it up until now. I fought it a lot, and well, long story short, I valued my life, so I decided to cooperate. And I'm starting to, or not starting to, I've received all of his memories, so I know where he comes from. We share a very similar past, and I mean, he needs a host to live up here.
I'd like to clarify. Not a tadpole. That
No, correct.
Jacob, why this is going on? I would like to ritualistically cast detect good and evil.
Tell me what the spell does again.
Yeah, it's in here somewhere. Hold on.
Is it, do you have
Should be
divine
under
For
your
the
spells
duration,
tab.
for the duration, you know if there is an aberration, a celestial, an elemental, a fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as well where the creature is located. Similarly, you know there is a place or object within 30 feet of you that has been magically consecrated or desecrated.
Strangely enough, you don't get a ping off of Sid. It seems like he's not fiendish. There's nothing fey about the symbiote. It's not an aberration. Just nothing kind of crosses your radar.
You said for him to live up here? Where's he from?
I'm still trying
Where'd
to
you
make
find
sense
him?
of it. It's dark. It's somewhere I've never seen. There's nothing normal in as far as my experience about it, but our memories are shared. I see his life. It's not anything like ours. He talks to me. I ignore it. Like right now, he's yelling, but I'm
You have no idea how hard I am biting back what the symbiote's saying to you right now.
I am in control.
You
Until I
when
give
when
him
Sid,
control.
I will interject with this. When Sid says I am in control, he slaps himself.
literally like Venom. That's
He doesn't come out until I tell him.
Where
haven't-
did you run into this creature?
I didn't. That's the thing. I was working at the casino. I was simply bouncing one night. I walked out to the alley to take a piss, which was closer than the restroom. And next thing I remember is waking up in the morning.
Okay.
Sid, everyone in this group struggles with their own demons, myself included.
Yours just happens to be a literal one.
My
Mine
question
is
for
very
you,
real.
my question for you is this. Me, Cassian, I know that my needs, wants, and desires are relatively aligned with that of Sid. But you say he is his own person. He has his own wants, he has his own needs. How are we supposed to know that we are aligned with him as well?
Because he's aligned with me.
Are you certain of this?
100%.
Hmm.
If he
What do you
wasn't
want?
aligned, yes, vengeance, essentially.
Just as long as he doesn't think we're getting in the way of that.
No, we're the answer to it. Without me, he has to restart with someone new with zero ties to. He doesn't know what their ties are. Essentially, he knows what our ties are, and specifically Alwyn is the answer to his questions and mine. To be quite frank with you, we kind of lucked out there.
So what does
Alwyn,
he want vengeance against? You know what I want vengeance against.
his where he comes from, it's essentially his father was to take the mantle, and it was an uprising of a slave culture. His uncle betrayed his father with the help of some kind of wizard. Killed my father, or his father, excuse me, and cast me out from where we live. That's how he came here.
I have one final question for you, Sid.
Yeah.
What are we to do if circumstances change in the heat of the moment? What would Sid have us as a group do?
I reluctantly at first, but now understand his nature. He's not malice. He's not like an evil presence. His goal is to get home, and whatever will get him to strike back is what he's going to work towards, and it is unyielding. Um, Same as me. That's why we bond.
Well, as long as our efforts are aligned, I don't see any problem, but we should be wary that if our desires diverge, if it might cause a problem.
Yeah, I didn't trust him at first, but I don't have an option. I die if he is unhappy.
And what about when it's all done?
I haven't really thought about that. But
Maybe that's something you can talk with Alwyn about.
I see this journey with me and him ending in his home, where he has an opportunity to live outside of me. So we'll see. This is kind of a first for everyone involved, including Alwyn.
At what cost, though? I mean, does that mean Sid is no longer once his mission is complete?
It wouldn't be the end of the world for Sid.
Why are you talking in third person? That makes it weird.
I don't know who's talking right now, to be honest with you. There's two people in my head.
Well,
So
a
will
problem for
Sid
another
die?
night.
Will Sid die when this is done?
I don't know. We don't know. It's not something that's common in his culture. At least as far as I'm aware.
Let's involve Alwyn with this. Maybe he knows something.
He's the reason why you guys didn't come upstairs the other day. He's studying what's inside me.
Hmm. That makes
I
a lot
can't
more
put it-
sense.
I can't pretend to understand it, Sid, but all I can say is I'm glad you're on my team for the time being. But we have 2 captives that we need to take care of for now.
Agreed.
So
He can come in handy with the interrogations as well.
yeah, you're kind of a scary fuck. So anyway, who, what, why, when, and where? If they want to answer, they live. If they don't, they die. Even if they do, maybe they die. But for now,
they
let's see
die
if we can
anyway.
cross-reference them.
If we can use one of them to get more information as an inside man, maybe it's worth. As long as they know they're in our pocket. Or under our thumb, I should say.
Fair enough.
But one of them.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Who should we talk to first?
Start with the kid.
Well, let me counter argue there. Maybe we leverage the kid second. Tell him that we know more than he realizes we know. Get what we can from the woman. On the other hand, maybe the woman
can
would
tell them
believe that the
both
kid
that.
leaked. Yeah, the kid leaked more than he let on. So
Yeah, let's tell them both that.
okay.
So who are you starting with first?
The woman,
Sure.
right?
So you head into the room where the woman is, one eye blinded, the other eye wide in horror and terror. As she sees you guys walk into the room, she starts crying from her one good eye, and you see blood dripping down the other eye as if she's trying to cry, but the tears are getting mixed with blood as it streaks down her face.
There'll be enough time for tears in a minute. You might want to save those.
This will be very quick and very simple so long as you answer our questions.
Your friend over there was already more than generous.
She looks at you as though she recognizes what you're saying, but doesn't say anything.
So who's going to be the most useful to us? You or him? We only need one.
Her bottom lip starts to quiver.
So what do you have to tell me? Make yourself useful.
What do you need to know?
Why don't you volunteer what you think is important?
I don't know what's important.
Who sent you?
What? Sorry, what did you guys say?
Who sent you?
The
And you're
Viper.
better. Your answer better match your friends.
The Viper.
Why?
What did he want with Alara?
He wants to strike all the masterminds from the guild.
Why?
Prove a point. He's trying to get more leverage and make himself more impressive to Don.
Where's the Viper? Where can we find him?
Well, there's his home address, but I don't know it. He keeps it very secret. The
Can
other
you-
place you can find him would be the Viper's Den.
Where
We
were you
looked
going to
there.
meet him after you were successful?
We were gonna rendezvous at the Viper's Den.
Still standing, huh?
She looks at you with her one good eye, and it gets wide in horror. She just looks at you and says, You're supposed to be dead. You set it on fire?"
An eye for an eye.
She just kind of looks stunned to see Vicar standing there.
You're gonna help us get to the Viper.
How?
That's for you to figure out.
I don't know. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to get close to him. It's not like I'm buddies with him. I take orders. I do what he says.
Who gives the orders?
The Viper does. Vincent.
Directly to you.
Vince, well, he uses a proxy sometimes. He has his wife. His wife does a lot of, dealing with
Okay.
People
That
like
sounds
us.
like a good start.
His wife, that's great information. What does she look like?
She's got blonde hair, piercing, almost sultry eyes. She usually wears purple clothing, fairly opulent. She likes to wear dresses a lot.
Is she human, halfling, orc? What is she?
Human. She's human. And so is Vincent.
You're gonna help us catch her and get her to tell us where the Viper is, or you're not gonna leave this room.
Vincent will kill you if you do that. You know that,
That's
right?
fine. We'll kill you if you don't help.
You
Don't
let
worry
me
about
worry
us.
about Vincent.
I'm trying. I'm trying. Trying to help.
Cassian walks up to her, and he unfurls his whip. Are you married? Do you have a child? A
No.
mother? A brother?
I have a brother.
Where does he live?
It looks like she's about to mouth something, and she's very scared. But it's like you have an understanding of people sometimes, Cassian. You have like a way of knowing some things sometimes. It looks like her brother is probably the only person in her life that she cares about, and she cares more about his life than her own. So she mouths silently in just terrified horror, but she doesn't tell you anything.
Your brother.
You remember my friend from the battlefield? In that little alleyway, that big dark fella?
Yeah, she starts crying again.
You
Just
see,
like
he
not
has
sobbing.
questions that he wants to ask himself, but I don't want to let him.
Her eyes go wide for a second, and you can just almost imagine. You can almost picture her imagining a head being ripped off a body in front of her.
He's very violent and not very patient.
I'm telling you what you need to know. What else do you need to know?
We need to be able to trust you so that you can go on and see your brother at
She
the end of all of this.
knows who I am, so she knows how good I am at finding people. I'll find your brother if you don't give us what we want.
She looks genuinely horrified. She knows that you're telling the truth.
So here's our little deal. You help us get to the Viper's wife, and we won't send my little friend after your brother.
And I'll
If
tell
you-
you what, if we don't get to your brother, as soon as Vincent finds out that you squealed, he will get to your brother. So you're running out of options.
She just kind of, you know, that pitiful, like, I'm trying not to cry, weep.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she starts to do.
We're not interested in you. I want to make that very clear. We want the Viper. He owes you nothing, I'm sure, and he would throw you to the wayside if he knew what we were after.
If you help us, you can take your brother and leave Penting. Carrot, stick. Take your pick.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
All
Let's
right.
go, Vicar.
Or an
Persuasion.
intimidation check, your choice.
Nah, persuasion is +5. We're doing that.
You better roll on screen right now.
+5, baby. I got an 18 +5 for the first one.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, she is rolled
Roll for
advantage
nat
for
20.
natural 20.
Come
Can you
on,
get
baby.
Nat 20?
12.
Yeah, okay.
Shit.
Yeah, she kind of, while doing that, I'm strong, I'm not going to cry, weep, nods her head.
Good. We have a deal. And I'll walk out of the room.
Do the rest of you follow Vicar or no?
I'll be the last one out, and before I leave, I'll say we're gonna send someone in to clean you up.
As soon as you close the door behind you, you hear just straight out weeping.
I think I'm by
I'm
the
gonna
door.
leave the door ajar a little bit, and as we enter the room for the next guy, I'm gonna leave his door just ajar, so he can hear her weeping.
Okay. To be fair, when you open the door where the kid is, he is screaming in pain. He just had both of his eyes plucked from his head, and he's no more than 15 years old. He's not used to pain of this caliber at all. He's manic at this point,
That's
almost
fair.
in shock.
I'll be the last one in, and I'll motion. Are there any other people around, or is it just us and Alara?
It's you guys and Alara.
Someone not Alara should stay with
Yes, agreed.
the woman.
Kai, would you mind?
I think I'm by the door. What
You
door
wanna
am I
just-
by?
You want to just you're by the lady's door.
I'm by the ladies. I was being.
You want to just watch that room
I can stay.
and perhaps get her, a rag with some fresh water.
I can attend.
Yeah.
So Kai uses some of his healing kits to make sure that her eye is cleaned up and taken care of, and along with some of the other wounds, she was cut pretty bad by the whip, and she has a pretty severe burn mark on her left arm, but you are able to take care of her. Go ahead and roll medicine and see how well you do.
Better roll good, pimp.
13.
Lines, yeah.
13? Yeah. Better than average. You patch her up. I mean, it's not like a surgical maneuver, so you're fine. Everything's okay. All right, so you guys are trying to intimidate the kid. Let's see how this goes. What you doing?
Sid, hand me your dagger. And I
There
say
you
that
go.
loudly enough for the kid to hear me.
Which one do you want?
The sharpest one.
There you go.
The kid is screaming.
I'm gonna kneel down on top of him and put my chest, my knee over his chest, and then flatten his arm out onto the ground. And I'll put the blade up against his outstretched arm.
Okay.
Quiet. Your friend has given us everything we need to know. So unless you can out-answer her, I'm going to cut you till you're dead. And I'll slowly drag the blade across his arm.
Ooh, brutal. Okay, go ahead and roll intimidation with advantage here.
Wait, can I? I guess it's not gonna make a difference for advantage, but can I, just for flavor purposes, make an illusion in his ear and be like, and whisper, "Listen to what he says, and you won't get hurt." In like a really ominous voice.
Yeah,
Mm.
giving this kid not only PTSD but some DID. I like it.
Okay.
I don't know what that
so-
means, but yeah, baby.
Dissociative identity disorder. It's when
He
you have
also-
multiple
he's gonna have
personalities.
some SIP as well.
Oh damn.
Some shit.
He's going to have an
head.
STD.
Oh jeez.
It was a 15 and an 8.
15. Yeah, he goes from screaming to crying. So it's something, but he's trying his best. He is in no condition to be quiet at the moment. But he's no longer screaming.
My
We're gonna
friends have a few
ask-
questions for you. Listen closely.
We're gonna ask simple questions. You're gonna give us very clear answers. Vicar, would you? Or I'm gonna nod to Vicar and indicate for you to fucking talk.
How long have you been with Vincent?
He says, "This was my first mission.
Why'd you join?
I haven't even joined yet. I was this was to prove
Why did you
myself.
want to?
I wanted to be protected by the family.
Protected from what?
Anything they offer protection for the
Well, you made a
members."
mistake.
Made a stupid mistake. So let's correct that with a smart decision. You're gonna give us the truth, and you'll get to live. Anything less, and my big dark friend from the alleyway is gonna start getting a little hungry.
What do you know about Vincent?
He just says, why can't I see? Why can't I open my eyes?
I dig the
Don't-
blade into his arm.
He screams again.
Don't worry about seeing right now. Focus on answering the questions.
He quiets down a little bit. What question are you going to ask him?
What do you know
He's-
about Vincent? Have you ever heard anything? Give me something so I can tell my friend to let you go.
I don't know anything. Who is Vincent? I went to work for the Viper.
That is Vincent.
He's kind of hyperventilating right now. Roll an insight check, Cassian and Kazer.
Not good. That's a 4. Plus 2, 6.
Kaiser got a 12.
Kazer got a 12.
Yeah.
With a 12, it is pretty apparent this
I've been
kid.
muted. What the hell?
Yeah. With the 12, it's pretty apparent that this kid does not know hardly anything. He went in here blindly seeking probably power and protection to try to be cool. Like, you know how you see mafia movies and you're like, hell yeah, man. Or like you see like these cool guys, they're throwing around wads of cash. He clearly wanted that lifestyle and didn't know what it actually entailed.
DM above board.
Yeah.
Does the party, and I guess this is to Tony as well. Do we recognize at this point that you need to eat people?
God.
Above board, you would not know anything about that because Sid did not tell you anything.
Yeah, whoa.
Okay.
I was like, right.
You ate that dude's head, so I wasn't sure.
You saw him finish some guy off. You don't know anything
Okay.
about it.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Finished him off real good.
So as
I'll relay
Kazar-
my thoughts
Yeah.
to Cassian for that, via just like an illusion, like a whisper in his ear, so the kid doesn't hear it. I'll just be like,
Kind of stretching what you can do with that, but I'll allow it for this.
oh, why? Like, honestly, though, why not, though?
Yeah, it's fine. Let's go for it.
We should clarify because I was thinking about that earlier. Like, even if I was like in combat or something, or like, can I not just use that to talk to people basically at distance?
No, there's a spell called Message that is a cantrip specifically for talking to people at distance. So, and it I would say no for a minor illusion. You can't do that. It's more. Think of it like a puff of wind, or the sound of leaves falling, or the sound of an animal rustling through something. It's not like distinct vocalized noises.
It does literally say, like, that's fair if there's a spell and we can use it that way, but it does actually say if you create a sound, it can be a whisper, a scream, it can be your voice, someone else's voice. But I'll get the other spell and use that. I didn't even realize there was a different one, but that's why I was using it, because it literally says like my voice.
What were you gonna say, Vicar?
I was gonna say maybe does that just mean like more of an indistinct whisper?
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
What the spell is more intended for. That's why I'm saying it's stretching it a little bit by doing this. But I mean, you could effectively go over and whisper in his ear, so I'm not going to be a hard ass about it right now. But if you're trying to use that in like a super
It was a
text-
flavor thing, but I want to know because I was thinking about using this more for this.
So take Message or look into the telepathic feat, because it allows you to speak telepathically to creatures within 60 feet of you, and it gives you some other features. So
Okay.
put that
So
feather in your cap for.
even though Kazar didn't share with the group and I didn't roll, I had picked up by my non-rolling self that this kid probably doesn't know anything and is telling the truth. And I'm going to share that thought with the group, that I think he's telling the truth. And then I'm going to say to him, you acknowledge you made a mistake by joining the mob.
He's just whimpering and he nods his head.
Do you
I'm
want a
gonna-
second chance?
He's still whimpering and nods his head again.
I'm gonna look to Cassian and ask him, do you have any herb that you'd be willing to give this kid to calm down?
It's worth a
God,
shot.
better hope it's not the same one you rolled last time.
Holy shit.
Let's take a look here. I have
While you're getting the herb ready, I'm going to tell him I made the same mistake as you when I was a kid, and I'm going to help you the way that I was helped. But don't fuck this up.
So I have in my pouch stored separately. I have my own use of Stardust tobacco, which Stardust leaf tobacco is believed to be blessed by the celestial beings. It leaves a shimmer with iridescent hues akin to the constellations themselves. When ignited, the smoke carries a celestial aroma and imparts a serene, otherworldly sensation, enhancing the user's connection to the cosmic energies. And I will cheerfully light myself a bowl of that and press the pipe to the boy's lips.
All right. He's never smoked before, so he takes a puff and he coughs pretty violently. But he took a bigger draw than he was supposed to. He doesn't really know how to do this, and he calms down fairly quickly to the point where he's just like a very subtle sob, more like the interaction you had with the female, where
I'm gonna
he's
look
still.
to Vicar as he's doing that. I'm gonna look to Vicar, and kind of position myself behind the boy, and say, "I get you see yourself in him, but he's seen you."
So is the other one, and we're going to let her live. This guy's going to turn over a new leaf. We're taking him to the Mindweaver.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Cassian.
Mhm.
While they're talking, you have the pipe pressed up against the boy's lips. After he takes a super deep draw and calmed down a little bit, you swear that you can almost make out two tiny specks of divine light where his eyes used to be. And they almost look at you for a moment. And you think you see it, but then you blink and it's gone. It's a very strange sensation, almost like the boy was looking at you without eyes.
There's something special about this boy. He could be useful in the future. I think he'll be good for a second chance.
I think so too. Don't you? And I say that loudly to him.
You just say "don't you" to a room, so he does not respond.
I'm gonna
I give
tap
him
the
a
kid
tap on the
sho-
foot.
Yeah, I was gonna tap the kid on the shoulder.
Okay.
He's talking to you, bud.
He nods.
I'm gonna lean in and say, "I don't, but they outnumber me right now, so don't prove me wrong, or do prove me wrong." Excuse me.
Yeah, he's kind of calmed down to just a whimper, at least for the next 10 minutes.
I'm going to switch out with Kai and have him come over and patch this guy up too. I do more of the poking holes in people. I'm not so good at patching them up.
I say loudly to the room, keep him bound. We'll put him in the cart, take him outside of town, let him find his own way in.
Oh, we're dropping the kid off.
Yeah, like I'll kind of pull everyone towards me. Like I'll motion everyone towards me, so like he's not in earshot, and I'll be like, you know, we can't just leave this kid. He has no fucking eyes.
Yeah, no, we gotta drop him at the doorstep.
We're going to take him to the Moonweaver, but he doesn't need to know that. Let's
True.
go.
That's
Okay.
Mindweaver.
Moonweaver. Yeah, I like her.
So,
What do we do with the other one?
We need to have a conversation with her about what we're gonna have her do.
use her for.
It's just a matter of us planning that out first. So
Before I go, I'm gonna turn back to the boy. Sorry to interrupt you, Sid. Hey, your friend over there. Did you know her well?
No.
Not at all.
I mean, I talked to her for like a couple hours, but this was our first mission.
You've
Well,
never
it's my
met before
first
today?
mission. Well, I met her when I sat down with the Viper for a minute, and then she was there along with the other guy. Is he alive?
I turn and I walk out the door.
Brutal. All right. Yeah, none of you guys are good aligned characters after this. So, well, I mean, I'm saying that jokingly. Don't take that to heart. Anyways, so you're all gathered together in the
Yeah.
in the foyer area.
I was gonna say I was gonna beckon the group together to talk about the lady with
Yeah.
one eye. Our plan for her, I think, should be very direct. She can see, so she can make her way. We'll drop her off somewhere. She'll make her way back to the Viper, and I think we'll pause here. Above board, if we follow somebody who has, like, in her situation, are we gonna have to make like stealth checks and things like that? Or because she's working with us, is that not something we need to worry about?
I mean, you told her what to do. She's probably going to go do it. If you want to tell her, you can. It's
She
a
knows
matter
we're
of
gonna
I mean,
find.
this can be in character, but I'll say something to the group. So I can actually make her do basically whatever we want for like 8 hours, but we'd have to
Okay.
do it tomorrow. It has to be
gonna
something
do-
simple, like 1 or 2 sentences, but I can force her to do something.
Oh, that's such a
Gazor.
good spell. I love that spell.
Yeah.
That's
What
cool.
if, well, to the group, I suppose, what if we force her to go visit her brother? We get his identity, and that's what we command her to do. And then we let her do
Ooh.
what she wishes to do after that, and we just do what we need to based on her decision making.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We can even go tell her to get her brother and bring her back to us.
True. That's
But
a
yeah.
very simple
Yeah.
command. I like that. I think we start
Yep.
with our leverage and then position the task after.
That
Yeah.
sounds good.
I have no intentions of killing her brother as long as she does what she says she's going to do. I mean,
Neither do
neither.
I. And to be completely frank with you, if she doesn't do what we say, we kill her and let her brother live. I think this is more of a tactic of,
It is
Agreed.
nothing to do with him.
yeah.
Agreed.
At the end of the day, it's like some horrible things have happened here, but they tried to kill us. They tried to kill an innocent person. So,
She knows what I'm capable of.
yeah.
She'll believe anything we say.
all right.
That's fair. We'll let her rest, let him rest, rest ourselves.
All right. So we're going to rest and talk to her in the morning.
Are we gonna take them to the Mind Weaver, or are we gonna keep them here and do that in the morning?
I
We
figure
can
we
keep-
just,
Yeah, we can keep them here, and
I guess, honestly, we should probably leave here because there's no guards. The
Yeah.
hit failed, so
I
they
agree.
might come back here to finish the job.
yeah,
I agree. Can we bring, I think bringing them like cloak to the wounded rogue, probably cover up her other eye, just so she doesn't know where she is.
keep their hands bound the whole time.
Yeah, just so we can keep tabs on them, keep their location hidden from them so that they don't have any interest in doing anything stupid. And we can also ward off an attack better there with more people around.
Fine by me.
Yeah, okay.
Cool. So off to the wounded rogue with these two in tow.
All right. You guys make your way over to the wounded rogue, down into the Mindweaver's den, and yeah, I added one-eyed rogue. So you're there. So what are you doing now? Did you blindfold her at all, or did you
yeah,
just
both
throw
of
the
them.
way to
Well,
get
I
her?
guess
She-
just the one.
She was, yeah, she had her one eye covered, and we guided them both.
Okay.
Okay, how about 1 or 2 of us stay here with the girl, and then the other ones go and drop this boy off? Because
Well, we're bringing
I
them
don't-
both in, aren't we?
to different places, though, are we not? We're going to drop him off, what, at the Viper's Den? Or, like, where?
No, we're dropping him off at the Wounded Rogue because the Mindweaver's gonna take him under.
Oh, that was what we were
Her
thinking.
wing.
The Mindweaver. Okay,
It's
okay.
so stupid.
You know, we're at the Wounded Rogue. I didn't realize that was the plan to do that with
Yeah.
the Mindweaver.
Mhm.
So you take the kid to the wounded rogue. The Mindweaver looks confused when you bring back a zero-eyed 15-year-old boy into her establishment.
Cassian,
Do
you wanna talk to her?
Yeah. I'm going to. Look. I know it looks rough. It was the best we could do under the circumstances. This
she looks
kid.
at you with a very questioning face.
Alara is with us, correct? That was the
Yep.
Okay, I just wanna make sure.
Alara was staying back at her mansion, unless if you guys wanted
No,
to say anything else.
No, we
I
wanted
thought-
her to come
yeah, I
because it
thought
was a
Kazir
risk
said-
to be there with
Correct.
no
I wanted to
guards.
make sure she was with us.
Also, after you guys are done interrogating, before you head to the Mindweaver's Den, she does throw you guys, like as you're talking about your plan, she throws at your feet a sack full of 700 gold pieces.
Nice.
Damn.
Split that up. So I'm gonna say, this kid, he made the same mistake I did, and he is a victim in this fight, and he wants to turn over a new leaf.
She has this pitiful look on her face when she looks at you, Vicar, and it's the same look that she looks at with the kid. Sorry, it's the same look that she gives the kid. She takes a deep breath and then sighs, and it's almost heartwarming. It's almost like a motherly expression when like a kid comes in after he says he's been bullied at school, and the mom's calm about it but just sad more than angry. And she just kind of takes the boy by the back of by the shoulders, pulls him in and gives him a hug, and says, I think that I can take care of him.
Thank you.
Who did this? And she looks at the rest of you with this like very stern expression.
I think you have an idea, and
I'm gonna nod my head towards Alara.
She looks at Alara and just says, you know, I've never been fond of your methods, Alara, but this is going a bit too far, don't you think? And it's the first time you've seen the Mindweaver be angry. And it's almost like the room gets a little bit colder. Alara, still holding up this innocent air about her, just turns back to the Mindweaver and says, I did what I saw necessary. They were threatening me and my life. There's this very tense moment.
You ladies can chat if you'd like. We have
they were
business.
bound, Alara. They weren't threatening you anymore.
She infuriatingly stifles a giggle. Yeah, Alara
Yeah.
stifles a giggle.
I'm gonna look to Kazir and be like, you into that?
Just gonna kind of look away.
Guys, never put your dick in crazy, my friend.
She
Alright,
outranks me, so I'm gonna leave it at that.
What are we doing with the chick? Are we gonna hold her overnight while we rest?
I think
Take-
that's the plan here.
Take shifts, kind of watching
Watching her. Yep.
Make
We
sure
have
she
home
has
turf
food
here.
and water.
Yep.
There are still people in this place, and they're kind of looking at you questioningly. The Mindweaver looks back at you and says, you know that this is a place of business. It's not really becoming to be bringing in mutilated people into my place of business. And she looks at you, Vicar, and goes, I would hope that in the future, you make sure to bring them to one of our safe house locations, as opposed to this place.
My apologies. I just wanted to drop this one off directly to you.
Understood.
We can go to one of those safe houses now if you'd prefer.
Yeah.
No, you're already here.
All right, let's
Also,
just
that
get
is-
her in a room.
The safe houses thing, I believe, is a passive feature that you get at level 5, level 2 of the guild. Am I-
Oh, I'm not sure.
She's basically scolding you for something that you can't do.
Yeah.
You, as
Fucking
Vicar,
nerd.
you, Vicar, are just kind of sitting there like,
Getting shit.
okay, because
Sounds like my parents from ages fucking 7 to fucking 15, bro.
Yep. Hey, same here. But yeah, it's just like it strikes you as you're just now realizing this is really the only place that you know about the Underhand's location. Like, you don't know their other safe houses, you don't know their other stronghold points within the city. This is clearly a location that you
Now
know
I
of,
do.
but now you're just kind of like, wait a minute, I've never really thought about it before. There's got to be tons of other locations around the city where we can be having these interactions.
So let's get her in a room.
Yeah. We should do watches, 2-hour shifts, I think will be sufficient. And
Alright.
of course, Kazir can
It's
do
a
4-hour
second level
shift.
of the guild. I
Yeah.
get the safe houses.
So that's level 5.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Everyone reaches second level in their guild when they hit level 5.
Got it.
Huh?
Ooh.
So, you guys go to take a long rest.
Yep, real quick for the monetary part of this.
Oh, yeah.
I think everyone adds 100 gold, and I would just have Kazir add, or I'm sorry, I meant Kai, 200 to your purse, and you'd give 100 of that to Numa.
Yep, that sounds
Wait,
fun.
but there's 6 of us though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Newmont would be 7.
Okay,
Wait,
I thought it was
No,
6.
Newmont's 6.
Oh,
Yeah, I
no,
was
with Newmont.
is he?
Yeah,
There- There's 100
1,
for each of
2,
you,
3,
plus
4,
an additional
5.
100.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm counting Josh. So it's 700 divided by
6, which would be an odd number.
so it's
Rest of Kazir. God.
Yeah.
I mean, I will use that immediately. Not
This
all of
goes
it.
to the spell fund.
Yeah.
So you take an extra 4 gold, and everyone takes 116.
Alright.
So you take 120. Yes.
All right, so you guys are getting ready to take a break, take a rest.
Yes.
So as you sit down for your long rest, you guys take shifts. Nothing eventful happens for most of you. Kazir, while you are on shift, you hear a message in your head from someone that you remember fondly. Your dear old mentor, Renator. You hear, "Hello, Kazir. I hope you're doing well. What have you been up to? Has Alwyn sent you on any missions? If so, what were they?" Sorry. If so, what were they?
Ready?
So take a minute to type out your response. You only have 25 words, and then just send it in general because just for story purposes, I want everybody else to know what you're
Okay.
doing as well.
Totally play the coffin.
Uh,
Yeah, I was like, right? I was like,
Okay. So everybody take a long rest on their character sheet while
Oh,
he's
yeah.
typing that out.
woo!
This seems like a good natural stopping point. It is 1:15 in the morning, so unless if everyone is willing to keep trucking forward, which I think maybe might not be the best idea.
No, I think we should call it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've pushed it a couple times and it always degrades a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
Go-
No, this is
I
good.
think stopping it here is a good stopping point, and everyone still seems to be conscious enough of what they're doing. So, we'll just wait for Kazir to send that message, and then
Yeah.
we'll wrap things up.
As a point of note, as the evening ends, you will, whoever is cognizant enough to realize that Cassian spends the evening smoking and drinking to his heart's content, and probably pops in with the Mindweaver at least once or twice.
The Mindweaver does put on performances throughout the evening that people are allowed to pay for, and it is fairly expensive. It's 10 gold pieces to sit in while she is performing. But for the entry of 10 gold pieces, the room itself becomes smoky, and that sensation that you went through before, where it was a much more personal matter, it's the exact same, but it's a room full of people sharing their own experiences. You are unaware of them or their experiences, but it is the only way going forward that you are going to be able to get this. She's not going to give you private sessions anymore.
That's fine. That's where you find Cassian.
Yep. So Cassian's just in the main room, front row, with one of the tables,
Minus
sitting
10.
there drinking, smoking. And subtract 10 gold piece from your inventory, Cassian.
Already done.
All right. So much happened. There's a foul sickness in the city. We're trying to figure out what it is, but I have found some strong allies to keep me safe. I'm tempted to have Renator send a message back saying, that didn't answer a single fucking question.
It's 20 words.
25 words.
You'll make a better spell, bro.
Joe would be the one to tell the DM to get fucking better. That's
There's only
Alright.
so much that can be said.
I love that.
Do it again?
Joe, you never change.
Yeah, just send another one.
It's like,
You know, it's like a text message.
Yeah, you know what? He is gonna send a message back to you saying, Kazir, I did ask you several questions, and I was hoping that you would answer them. But if you can't, I suppose that's fine. Keep yourself safe. And you have 25 words to respond.
Oh, this is like texting, huh?
Okay.
No way.
Were you being legit with that or no?
No, I was being legitimate. That was he
Okay.
sent exactly 25 words to you with
Oh.
a message.
While he's typing that, do we need to be checking on the essentially 2 hostages to like make sure they're not like getting
Well, the
infected
kid is with the
and
mind
all
weaver,
that crap?
but we're
Yeah.
gonna keep an eye on the
I meant-
beach.
I also meant as a medicine standpoint that they're not like die.
They're not gonna die. Their
Okay.
eyes were taken out, but it's not like she reached so deep that she gave them brain damage when she was stomping out their vision. So yeah.
Okay.
They're fine. The boy is being taken care of by Mindweaver. The chick is with one of you two. Vanessa is her name. You guys will find that out during the long rest as you question her with some more stuff.
Okay, above table, what was that wizard called that we met that was like locked in that library?
Liver. Oh, that reminds me. I've got a little short description for each of you on those books. I'll send that out sometime this week. But each of you have that, and you can add to it as you see fit going forward, or I will give you more information about things.
Nice.
What like race was he? Because he was like a special type of elf, right?
Yeah, right?
He was an elf from a long bygone age, and you recognize it as the same race of elf that Alwyn is.
Elf.
It is, yes, it is. Elves are already rare, but you didn't listen to the historian when he was trying to tell you information, so you don't know anything else.
Was that the guy that we dropped the books off to that started rambling?
Yep, Benedictus, who was talking about all of his history facts and fun pieces of lore, and y'all were like, fuck that, no. So, yeah, you don't know anything else.
Like, unless he's wanting bullet point shit.
What'd you say?
Bullet
Like,
points.
unless he's wanting bullet points, that's the most info we can get in 25 words.
Alright, that's fair enough. You don't hear another response because he's the one that has to initiate the message, but you get the idea that if he didn't ask you for something else, you told him something, so.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
That was a great session.
Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah.